Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2. Good morning, everybody. How's it going today? Biff back with you again. Welcome to the Friday morning edition of the stream. I think I'm going to do a couple things over here real quick, though. I think I probably shouldn't set these up until after I start the stream, because I don't think Google really knows what my intentions are. So, because what I do is I pop out my stream preview in Google so I can monitor it. And I also pop out my stream health so I can monitor that. So I should probably not do that until the stream starts. And now it seems to be working okay. So, how's everybody doing today? I'm doing well, thank you. I got to change my message here, though. I hope I don't have to start. We're not playing up front. Okay, come out of there. Okay. I think I might change this. Maybe that will get me to remember to do this Friday. Enjoy the Friday morning edition of the stream. Today, we continue with Fields of Fire Deluxe Edition. A game by Ben Hull. Oh, that won't let me do it. That's all I can do. Okay, it says it was updated. Okay, it says it's updated over here. Nice. Sweet. As I'm playing board games. Right now, though, I want to do our usual, yeah, just this one up here doesn't say it. And I don't, if anybody knows how to get rid of Stream Elements, your Stream Elements message inside of your chat box, please share that with me because I don't know how to get rid of it. Let's see. Coffee? Sure, thank you. Yum, yum. Okay, so I want to go through some, is there any deal? A deal. Let's click on the home page and then click on my wait list. I'm going to grab a paper towel. Paper towels are indispensable in your streaming office. Indispensable. Let's see. Check the phone. I should set a timer. One hour. Okay, got that going. I'm going to do check this. Check that. And all right, while we're here, I think we should probably just open up a couple files that we're going to need anyways. Just looking at American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, got some of those in my queue. Looks like I might have added a game yesterday. It's brought in another game because yesterday I had 24, today I have 25. Oh, Replicube. Yeah, that was one I was going to keep an eye on. Don't see anything there. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to come back out here, minimize that, get this out of the way. While I'm here, I'm going to open the Field of Fire's manual. Fields of Fire. 200%. Then we're going to open the basic training. Put that up here at 200%. Field manual. And then after this, it looks like it's going to be on to advanced operations. Something I have to be more aware of, I think, is all of the things that you can do. I need to familiarize myself with all of the things you can do in the game. I've got that open. I've got that open, that open, that open. That. And then some of these things I can close, I think, after we do what we're doing. So I don't see anything there in what I should do is I should export a file to YouTube. What one did I do yesterday? I think it was this one. I have to open YouTube again so I can check. Okay, so 328. Oh, forgot. 328.11. That was an older one. That I hadn't uploaded yet. So 255.42 is the length of that video. So the next one I believe is this one. So we're going to edit this one, make sure we add that. Okay. And then we're going to 255.41, 42, 245.31. Okay. This one needs to get exported. Tactical combat card-driven CDG card-driven game. I'll go with that one. Start the export. Now we can come back up here to Stream Manager. That's interesting. They're both over here. It's interesting. Okay. So those are done. I'm going to check out Steam. So let's say I can come over here. Desktop capture. Should show my Steam page up here. Looking at kind of the same games we saw here yesterday. Yeah, Oblivion's still up there. Throne and Liberty. Haven't played that. I don't know if I will. Mechabellum. Roots of Harmony. I think I followed that one. Actually, I downloaded the demo for this. It's kind of, I don't know. I think they're going for depth initially in that game. It seems a little bit repetitive, at least initially. Civilization Update 1.2.0 available now. Okay. We saw that. We're going to look at my discovery queue. MonsterCon. Can you find love at the nerdiest convention ever? No. Just ignore that. Yeah, we're just going to skip over that one. Gecko Shop. Collect and sell geckos. You know what? I do not need these on. I only use those to test my audio to make sure that my microphone's working okay. Unless I'm playing a game where I need the audio, and I don't need the audio for what I'm doing right now. Let's keep this up over here. Keep checking for any people that might be in chat. Collect and sell geckos. I got to put my message in here. Welcome, gamers. Collect and sell geckos. Manage and upgrade your shop. Explore the island filled with life and secrets. Sell your geckos or keep them as your pets. Cosmo Breeder Yifai. Amerizone. The Explorer's Legacy. Set off on a quest for the great white birds in a mysterious land full of secrets. Answer the call of exploration as you travel to Amerizone, a forgotten Latin American country, to fulfill the last wishes of a late explorer. 15 people have given it a positive. I can play the demo, but if I want to buy the full game, I got to shell out $40. Any negative reviews? Incredibly faithful to the 1999 original. Never heard of it. Maybe that's because back then I was doing other stuff. I wasn't really doing much computer gaming. in 1999. Let's see, what does this say? Love this game, runs perfectly smooth, 4K, 120 max settings, PC specs, Ryzen core processor, 64 gigabytes of RAM, graphics card. Oh, he's got a 5090. He's got a brand new GeForce 50 class graphics card. Oh, that's great. Boxing school. That's gonna skip that. Hollywood Mogul 4. Haven't even heard of the first 3. Own the studio, run the studio, make the movies. Play. Let's see if I can do that in a little bit better voice. Own the studio, run the studio, make the movies. Play Hollywood Mogul 4 and run your own Hollywood movie studio in a complex, immersive business strategy simulation that is text-based with no graphics and minimal sound. $20 for a text-based game with no graphics and no sound? Sure. Came out 2 days ago. Very repetitive and no real changes in comparison to past versions. Definitely not recommended. Refund requested. Yeah, I'm going to just skip the having to request a refund. I'm going to skip that part. War Rats. Yeah, no. Snake Incremental. Yeah, doesn't interest me. Human Fast Food. Yeah, we're going to skip that one too. I'm glad I'm getting a lot of these out. Can you find out who the liar is? Will you outsmart everyone in this intense battle of wits? I won't be doing that. Fomon, a very minimalistic collectible card game. Battler featuring creatures called Fomons. Grow your collection, discover a new unique Fomon. I won't be doing that either. That's it. Discovery queue over. It's over. Okay, though, let's go to library. Well, let's go out here first. Let's go to library. Do I have any things I need to download? Second Front, which is a good... Second Front is a World War II squad-based game where the developer uses some of the concepts, not all, but some of the concepts in from Squad Leader and Advanced Squad Leader. It's a pretty good game. I played it. And then Derail Valley has a patch, a small patch. And then Ostriv has a small patch that we're going to download. What are the patch notes on Ostriv? Another feature we're testing before Alpha 6 is repayable loans. You can still take an unlimited number of loans, but at least it gives you some idea of how much money you spend. Later, we will have startup options where you can specify limits on loans. Excuse me. Added a dialogue to choose a loan when the treasury is empty. Excuse me. Okay. Ostriv, I think, is a better alternative if anyone's interested, which probably not. Ostriv is a better alternative to Manor Lords. So basically in Ostriv, you have a mare. It's not first person. You can't like get down on the level of your mare and walk around your fief or whatever. There's no combat. There's no enemies. It's just a it's not medieval. It's like 1800s. It's an 1800s city builder with some beautiful looking buildings. Um, One thing I do like about it is that you can assign how many workers you want in a building. Like for example, I think the lumber sawmill lumber, you can have up to 5 workers in there. Well, you can specify. I want 5 workers in there. I want 4. I want 3. You have to have at least 2 because they got to chop down trees and they have to haul them back to the lumber mill. But you can specify how many you want in there. Like for the farm, you can have a farm manager, which will help increase your yields. You can specify how many people you work in the farm. You can specify that you'd rather have women working in the farm than men. So the men can be constructing and doing stuff like that. Um, yeah, so it gives you a lot more flexibility. I haven't played Manor Lords in quite a while. I played the demo like a year ago. Um, but it's my opinion, at least, Ostriv gives you more flexibility. It also gives you more flexibility in building houses. I just like it better. And it's also by a single developer who doesn't have a big publishing company. Um, he develops and publishes the game himself, whereas the and we can check the update history of Ostriv. A week ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 in March, 5 in February, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 6, 7 in January, December, multiple ones in December, like 5 or 6 in December, 2 in November, 3 in October, 1 in September. These are alpha patches. Um, August, but it's out. It's full release game. He's just patching it and adding stuff to it. Getting to bug fixes when he can get to bug fixes and adding additional features. He's adding additional buildings. The buildings are thatched, so they're straw thatched pretty much on top. Some of them, I think, have wood roofs, but the buildings have thatched roofs. Looks really cool. So yeah, I mean, there's tons of additional content that he's added to the game, even since Alpha 5 release 2 years ago. Alpha 5 was released. He has to have issued, I would say, 50 or 60 updates to the game since then. You can check on your own how many Manor Lords has had since it first came out. It's had like maybe a dozen, 12, 18, something like that. So this developer is really passionate about this. He is in Ukraine, so he's in a war zone. He's doing so much stuff. Oh, actually, no. This is still in early access. My mistake. Still in early access, but it's a great game. Great game. Great city builder. He says the development is slow and steady, which means there can be long delays between updates. There's not though. He issues regular updates every month. Like I said, 5 to 6 updates every month. Okay, so we're into library. We're going to click on simulator of tabletop. We're going to start up our game. Hot seat. I don't want to start a game. I want to what? Do. Graphics were at 1920 by 1080. Create. I want to load. I forget how to load a game again. Right now, there's 5,089 people in Tabletop Simulator. Okay, I guess I have to go into the game. I have to go into the game, and then I can load a game. Because I don't see from here where it's going to let me load the game. Oh, here, save and load. Oh, I have to load the game. Okay. Well, let's just load the sure. It's loading the assets. Loading complete. Okay. Then we're going to go back out here. Save. We're going to go Field of Fire Deluxe Edition. We're going to go to this one, and we're going to load this one instead, because this is where I'm at. Let me go back, because it didn't load what I thought it was going to load. We'll get into... there we go. That's it. This wasn't what I thought I had named it. Okay. Okay, I need that open, but I want to come down here. Need that open. Need that open. Need that open. So I got Tabletop Simulator, OBS. Special offers. I don't need that open. Twitch, Google Chrome, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. All right. I think we're ready. So this is our game from yesterday. You can play this Fields of Fire. This is a new Fields of Fire deluxe module for Tabletop Simulator. You can play this with Tabletop Simulator. I like this version better. It is also available in Vassal. Vassal is a free program. It's built with Java, and it's a free program that designers use to import, basically, like somebody has done with this, import the components and digitize war games. That's what Vassal particularly is. I like this version better for one thing because all of these things are laid out. In Vassal, you've got windows. You have windows that you have to open, and you have to click on the window. And then what you'd have to do is you'd have to go through here and you'd have to find the chart that you're looking for. Where's that chart I was looking for? Now here, I think once I learn where the charts are, it's going to be easier. And I like also that it's set up like on a real kind of gaming table. I wish the gaming table was bigger. I don't think this table's big enough because you're going to want to create bigger scenarios. But again, I think somebody could maybe modify this a little bit to put it on a bigger table. I don't know if you could just change the size of the table, leave the components laid out the way they are, and just change the size of the table to add like more space over here, here on the sides, all the way around, like maybe another foot, 6 inches or a foot. You can never have a big enough gaming table, ever. So where we are, anybody in? Stream health looks pretty good. Drop frames, none. Streaming at 10K. Been on for a half an hour. Okay, where we left this yesterday is that, let me get into over here. I want to flip between these two. Okay. We are down here at we're in not platoon assault course, we're in company assault course. We've already been through. So this is the training manual for it's called Fields of Fire. It is a war game, card driven war game that came out about 15 years ago, maybe 16, 17 years ago. And it's had several add-ons. It started out with Normandy, and then looks like the Battle of Nakhtong River, Korea, Heartbreak Ridge in Korea, and then Vietnam. And you can see here, it is a big, big, I got a pretty big hand. And it is like pretty big. The box is 8 pounds. So, and it's unopened. I just got it in the mail last weekend. Mail. Yeah. Who delivered it? UPS, I think. Just got it last weekend. And you can get information on GMT Games. Now, the reason I show you this is because if you're going to be playing this using Tabletop Simulator, you should own the game. You shouldn't just go into Tabletop Simulator and, start playing the game, because you should own the game. The same thing with Vassal. If you want to play a game on Vassal, you should own the game. Basically, if you buy Tabletop Simulator, you download this mod, you start playing it. They do have the rules over here. You start playing it. You're basically pirating the game. It's not fair to the developer, not fair to the publisher, not fair to people like me that have bought the game, legitimately own the game. But it's honor system. It's the honor system, and I've known lots of war gamers in my life, and their honor system, is pretty high among war gamers. So, we are here. Where are we? Assault Course 3, potential contact. We already did that. We'll get into more of that in the next, after this one that we're working on now. So in these initial ones, there was only one platoon. Now in the one that we're playing now, we have 2 platoons. This one here, Chapter 5, Company Assault Course. Now this is the basic. The rule book is 96 pages long for this game. It's a solitaire game. It can be played, I would think it can be played cooperatively, where you could have, one of you controlling one platoon, one of you controlling another platoon. But it's a solitaire game. It's designed specifically for solitaire. So we're in company assault course, and I am following. This is basically basic training. This is for infantry combat. So what you're going to see over here is all infantry combat. Up here you can see the Germans have machine guns and squads in various terrain. I think I'm going to do this so you guys can see. In this trench, let's see if we can do it a little bit better. In this trench, there is, which, first of all, they're not spotted. You have to spot a unit before you can start firing on it. This bunker is shooting this way. It has a light machine gun. And then there's a trench that has a, looks like a Fallschirmjäger infantry. I want to put this here because in the, it's probably something I'm going to have to look up in the rules. When it shows the line of sight for these, it shows that this unit in the trench does not have line of sight this way. I'm assuming it's because of the bunker there kind of blocks their line of sight. I don't know that. Might have to look up probably in the rules to see if that's what's happening. And then over here, there's another trench with an unspotted German Fallschirmjäger. Down here, there is another light machine gun team. And then last turn, what we did is we split off a assault team from our first squad, first platoon. This is first platoon here, second platoon over here, the company headquarters with a mortar section. So this is, we split a squad off from the, assault team off from the first squad. And so you can see that each one starts with 3 steps. So a step is roughly 4 men. Since we split off this assault team that has 1 step, that's what that yellow circle is there. We flip this over now. This has 2 steps. And we're going to continue with, we have our command area up here, over here. So the company HQ was activated by the battalion HQ. The company HQ drew a random card to find out the number of orders that they get. They got 1 order. So with that 1 order, they activated the first platoon. Then they had no more orders left, so they were put up here in this box indicating activation completed, 0 commands left. They had no commands left. They got 1 command or 1 order. They interchanged the word commands and orders. The first platoon, when they were activated, they drew a command card. Their command card, they got 3 orders. And so they started off with 3 orders. The first order that they did was the platoon headquarters told this 4 men out of this squad, form an assault team and move forward into the marsh. So that's 2 orders. Form an assault team is 1 order. You move 1 area at a time, move into the marsh. Now, you can create from a squad, you can create assault team, fire team, litter team, which is basically medics. Also, teams can be paralyzed. Some of those things happen during combat, and that'll be resolved during combat. Every time a unit moves, it's marked exposed. So it's moving out into this marsh and it's exposed. So any unit marked with an exposed marker cannot move. So this unit cannot move again this turn. It gets one move up into this area, and then it's done with its turn. So this is what the Americans have, and then this is what the Germans have as far as this. This is basically a scenario like you'd find in common war games. And this is the map. They tell you how to set the map up. Sometimes maps, the first row might be open. You can see what's there. But then these cards might be, these cards here might be flipped over. You don't know what's there until you get line of sight to it. Line of sight, there's line of sight from every area to the adjacent area, like this, okay? There would not be line of sight from this orchard to this gully because normally the line of sight would go through here. It would go through because these lines are green, these lines are white. White lines mean that you can see line of sight. So it makes sense. You can see line of sight across an open field into the next area. In this case, even though there is line of sight through the fields, you can't see here because the fields are on a hill. So you can't see through the hill to this area over here. So that's kind of how line of sight works. I'm sure that we're going to get into a little bit more. So they show you how to set up the map. These are staging areas. So basically you just, in the mod here, there are cards for staging areas. And you just drag a card off of this. And if you flip it over, it's just a staging area card. Otherwise, you have to use terrain cards. Now, these are terrain cards. Otherwise, you have to flip over terrain cards. But somebody, when they first created the module, they said, let's just create a staging area card. That way, we don't have to use terrain cards that might be used during the game where you might have to, for example, this is the area of the map here. And normally you have lines of advance and you have boundaries here where the platoons are in combat. So you have another battalion and company working over here, probably the same battalion. You have another company working over in this area, another one in this area. So soldiers aren't moving from here over to here because you don't want to move into another company's area of operations because you might get shot. You know, there's battles going on over here. There's battles going on over here. Now, it might be that an enemy shows up here, in which case you would draw a terrain card to see what kind of terrain card it is over here. And the Americans, the attackers could engage that card, but they can't move there. They can't move into that card. If anybody has any questions, just toss me a question. I'll try to answer it. Try. Okay, now the way we picked the placement of the bunker and the foxholes was with random card generation down here. So again, these random cards, let me explain the card here. These are normal commands that you draw. I like that. I also like Tabletop Simulator for this reason. If you mouse over a deck, it tells you how many cards are in there. It tells you how many cards are over here. You got 49, you got 2. I like that. Oh, and I didn't even know that there was a draw a card button here. Okay. So, and then I'm just thinking too, I'm sure on the Steam page, workshop page for this, there'll be like instructions or something. There might even be a PDF on how to use this. But I haven't done that yet. So, the cards. These are the commands that you get, regular commands if a like company commander, a platoon commander, a CO, a sergeant, if they're activated, this is what they this is the commands that they would get when you flip a card over. These are commands that you would get if you're in a different command phase. We have command phases over here. Where's my here it is. I might move this. It seems like to me sequence of play is going to be more useful over here. But I can't move it, can I? Is it locked? It is locked. Let's unlock it and I can move it out of the way. Maybe even up here? Maybe up here for me? We can lock these again then. Okay. These are various charts that you use during the game. We'll get into those too. So let's lock this one. That way I don't accidentally pick it up, move it around, whatever. I think we locked this one too, yeah. This one, which is the U.S. Army in World War II and Korea command display, this one was way up here. I unlock it, drag it down here. All the cards are locked, I believe. I locked all the cards so I don't accidentally pick them up. So that way I can grab all these units if I want to and move them without moving the card. So right now we are in the platoon activation segment, the platoon and company staff impulse. So the way this works is friendly command phase. First, the platoon HQ is activated. Then or battalion. The battalion HQ is activated. The battalion HQ can activate the company HQ. The company HQ can then activate platoon HQs. That's the main command phase. And the way those are activated and the commands that they receive are this number inside the helmet on the card that you draw randomly. The initiative segment is like for the company HQ only got one command, so they activated the first platoon. Probably what we're going to do in this initiative segment is we're going to activate the second platoon, and the way you do that is this. First, you would you roll for the company HQ initiative. If not activated, draw an action card and give it the modified number of initiative commands. Now the company HQ was activated, so we will skip over this. Platoon HQ. Select a platoon HQ that was not activated, which is the third. Draw an action card and give it the modified number of initiative commands. So these are the initiative commands in that white circle down there. And then you do the company staff, which would be the executive officer and the first sergeant. And then you have a general initiative impulse, which is you pick one card. You get the certain number of commands from the initiative right here. And then you can order. So this would be the number of orders that you would get. You can issue one order to any. Oh, let's read it down here. Draw an action card, expend on any units a number of commands equal to the unmodified initiative commands. If this is a single platoon mission, you cut that number first in half. So if this mission only had a single platoon and you drew this card, you would get 1 order in that impulse. But we have 2, so if we drew this card, we would get 2 orders. And all of these other commands can be saved. You have it up on your command track here. You have saved commands, so you can save a command for use in a later turn. General initiative commands cannot be saved. So we did the placement. Oh, I was going to finish doing the cards. So those are the commands. This is the card number. This is the combat resolution here. So you draw a random card based on whatever the strength of the attack is. And you can see here, if the attack is a -4, it's a hit against the defending unit. And you just draw the random card, you look at the attack strength, and you apply that. If the unit is hit, you draw another random card, and you look down here on the hit effect. The hit effect is based on whether they're a veteran, a line, or a green experience unit. And then you would look at these. So, for example, if this was a squad, the first pip or the first step of the squad would become paralyzed. That's what the P stands for. The second step would be so we'll call this line. This is a line unit because that's what we have in all of the units in this scenario are line. So the first step would be paralyzed. The second step would turn into a litter team, which means they're carrying around a litter looking for like injured soldiers. They become basically a first aid team. And then the third one would become, I don't know if you would randomly select that to become an assault team. I think it just becomes an assault team. So that's how you resolve these. We'll go through that. And then you have basically dice roll 2 through 12. And it's going to tell you the number of dice. Dice, random number. Okay, so for example, here's the random number. You would look at the 2 over here. And then these are the random numbers down here. These are basically the dice. You're rolling 2 dice, 3 dice, 4 dice, 2 6-sided die up here. You would look at the 2 and it's number 1. So you'd come over here and go, okay, for a 2-sided die, you got a 1. And then this is the result, column 2. We'll go through that as we, it'll be easier to understand as we go through this. Hey, Shroom, what is up? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Just explaining some of this, Fields of Fire. For those of us, not those of you, those of us who are just learning the game, 96-page rule book. But they do say that if you can get to, if they say it right in the rules, if you can get to the mutual combat phase, which is pretty much the main phase of the game, if you can get there and make sure that you have all of your markers correctly on your map, then you should be able to have an accurate play of the game. So that's the main thing, getting your markers down. And we're going to be doing that real soon here because we've got an exposed assault team right here that this machine gun team can see. All machine gun on a hill. All adjacent cards have line of sight. As a general rule, there are exceptions. So there's line of sight between these two. Talk about the mortar section here. They'll be going through that. Mortars cannot fire out of woods. They cannot fire from woods terrain because you figure it's a indirect fire, so it's shooting up in the air and then out a distance and landing. Well, if you shoot it up in the air, you might hit a tree that's 75 feet tall, and you hit it at like 50 feet up, and it splinters and kills your mortar team. Okay. So we actually got to this point yesterday. We can look at line of sight. We got to this point yesterday where turn one, we had the company HQ Impulse. They had, like I said, they had one command activated. Oop, down here. They had they got one order. So they used that order to activate the first platoon. First platoon got two orders, or three orders. And so we placed the command marker over here on the 3 for the first platoon, over here. And then whoever wrote this, going through this, they decided to order the 1-1 squad, the first platoon, to detach an assault team, because assault teams can do searches to try to discover unspotted units where they are. That's the only limited action team, or limited, I guess that's what they're called, limited action team. That's the only type of limited action team that can search out looking. So a fire team cannot do that. Litter teams can't. Paralyzed teams obviously cannot. So that's why we did the assault team. And they note it right here. Fire teams have very limited abilities and cannot be used to scout into unknown territory, but assault teams can. A list of allowed actions for each LAT type can be seen in the LAT limitations table chart on the charts and table player 8. So that's going to be over here somewhere. See, what I need to do when I start playing the game is I need to start looking at these movement, because there is a list of movement actions that you can do. Like one of them's exhort, is an order that you can give to a unit to perform a just failed attempt. Let's see. Well, here they are, LAT limitations. So it shows LAT type: pinned, assault team, fire team, litter team, paralyzed team. Probably can't do much with a paralyzed. And paralyzed means not physically injured. It means mentally. They're paralyzed. They're terrified. They can't do anything. So we split that off, and let's keep following this. Order the assault team to move forward into the marsh. They move and are marked exposed. Immediately, the German light machine gun opens fire. And see, that's why I was telling you, Shroom, the Germans don't have to wait. They don't have to wait to fire until they draw an action card. This thing's in line of sight. They got a guy there with binoculars scanning. And as soon as they see the Americans, they start shooting. So this is the steps that we do for this. We place a PDF, which is a primary direction of fire marker, pointing from the Germans card towards the marsh, and an automatic weapons volume of fire marker on the marsh where our assault team is located. So we come over here. These are red. And we all know now that there's an infinite amount of these markers. So we don't, where's the PDF? Okay, PDF is over here. And drag this up here. We're going to put it down here. We're going to spin it around and rotate it left. Okay, that comes like right here. And then on the Americans, we need to put a volume of fire marker with it's automatic fire. And it should say automatic on here, not small arms. Well, maybe it's maybe I can right click on this. Okay, place VOF. Oh, not small arms. Not small arms. Now see, it doesn't allow me to pick the type of VOF. Now see, it's got this here. Maybe if I hold down, no, no. Okay, game. We're gonna put you back over here in your bag. There's no bag there, but there is a bag there because it's set up for infinite. It's got to be an automatic fire, automatic weapons. And I don't see it out here. Ew, come on. Random potential counters, search. Well, an automatic fire counter is like, so in my opinion, this is not complete. Because there should be 4 different types of volume of fire markers. What if I flip this one over? Nope. I don't get it. Is it out here somewhere? Is it out here somewhere? Unused pieces. Those are the manuals. These are units. What am I missing? What am I missing? Missing something. There should be now see, this is the difference between the Vassal mod and this mod. The mod for Vassal is complete. It's got all the different kinds of counters that you need. It's complete. This is not complete. And so when I'm done, I'm going to go in and I'm going to put comments in there that, yeah, you're missing a bunch of stuff. So there should be small arms volume of fire. There should be automatic weapons volume of fire. There should be probably point blank fire, because that's also a type of fire. It's just not. And then there should be yeah, there's the incoming marker for that. Okay. Hmm. Primary volume of fire markers. All. So do you have to keep pulling until you find the one that you need? Um, you have to keep pulling until you find the automatic weapons ones? Primary volume of fire markers, all. Deal. Draw. Custom. This object will hold one object inside with an infinite number of them. Well, ridiculous. Well, it's not there, so. So we will have to make do with something else, and very disappointing. Because I saw there's actually a video on YouTube of the guy who designed this. He's playing it with, I think, his brother, he said. It's not complete. It's not complete. Now, see, I don't know. I'm just going to go back through here again, looking for one that says automatic fire. It should be red. Okay, well, I guess I'm just going to have to pick this, and we're just going to have to remember that this is, but then again, we're going to have to look in. This is automatic fire from this light machine gun team. It's not small arms fire. Okay. Well, if I had known that, I would have played this in Vassal, but I'm not going to reset it up. Maybe I'll do that later, reset it up in Vassal. So the first platoon HQ saves one command. Yeah, so they're exploded. Yeah, I can see here automatic weapons. That's what the marker, that's what the counter is supposed to look like. There's no automatic weapons counters over there. Sorry. First platoon is going to save one command. I mean, for me, it'd be like, okay, you got primary volume of fire markers, small arms. And then you'd have automatic weapons. And then you'd have other weapons that potentially could be used in the game. I mean, this is supposed to cover like all of Fields of Fire's expansions, like Normandy, Heartbreak Ridge, up to Vietnam. So I mean, there's probably more volume of fire counters that are going to be needed. Let's see if we can change this to, oh, state. Okay. Bingo. All right. I wasn't in the right state of mind. So that's good to keep in mind for the future. And again, that's probably in the Whoever designed this probably wrote something up saying that, yeah, some of these markers you're going to change the state, and that's what happened in this case. So we got our marker on there. This group is under automatic weapons fire from this machine gun just by moving into that marsh. They didn't need a movement card like in up front. They didn't need a movement card to move in there. They just needed to get an order from their platoon commander. As soon as they moved in there, they're in line of sight from this machine gun on this hill, and they're under fire. Now that will be resolved. What I was saying before, that will be resolved in the mutual combat phase. We are in the friendly command phase still. That will be resolved in the mutual combat phase. This combat right here. The second platoon HQ was not activated by the company HQ, so cannot take any actions in this segment. I'm going to take a quick break. My phone went off that I've been streaming for an hour. OBS, I've been streaming for an hour and 12 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick break. Oh, man. Darn it. Well, at least you guys, basically what I spent the last 10 minutes trying to do is to figure this out. So I pulled, so the game here says, this is what happened to the assault team. They move forward into the marsh. As soon as they move forward into the marsh, they came under fire from this German machine gun in these foxholes. So what we do is we put down a primary direction of fire, PDF counter, that's now shooting. The Germans are shooting into the marsh because they spotted, they got their binoculars out and they're scanning. There's enemy in the marsh. They turn the machine gun and they start firing. So the assault team moved up in here. They're under an exposed marker. Every time you move, you become under an exposed marker. And now they are under fire, and they have an automatic weapons volume of fire counter on them that will negatively impact them when this machine gun fire is resolved in the mutual combat phase. So what I was struggling with was this. I was struggling with, these are the volume of fire counters. Drag one out. There's no other volume of fire counters. And it shows there's an infinite number here. Primary volume of fire marker, all. Well, the way you have to get to the various ones is you go to state. So that's small arms, which is different from automatic weapons. Now you click on automatic weapons. Then you can change it to heavy weapons. You can change this same counter state to all pinned. So all of those are encompassed in this one counter here. You can do that in Tabletop Simulator. But that one doesn't want to seem to go back in, so we'll just leave that one as it is for later use. I'm sure we're going to need it. Man, I hope I wasn't under... So basically that's what I did. I spent about 10 minutes trying to figure this out and started complaining about the designer. This isn't complete. This game isn't complete. I'm so disappointed because it's not complete. That's basically all I did. So I haven't really done anything. This is our first move of the current game. We are now going to the initiative segment, and we'll be doing that when I get back from my break. So let's go to Let's go to that one. No. Let's go to this one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. I did some stuff today or yesterday, and it looks like I messed some stuff up. So I'm just going to leave it here, and there's not going to be no music or anything. And obviously, when I'm done, I'm going to have to fix some stuff in my Stream Deck. I'm going to heat up my coffee, though. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks for watching, everybody. I figured it out, Shroom. So now, figuring out the rest of it, I'll know what to look for. When I know there's additional counters, I'll know to look to see if there's a different state of the counter. I'll be right back. I am back. See if we can do this. I am back. Back to the game. Um, let's see. So let's go back to the manual. We are doing So yeah, the company HQ is activated this turn, so it does not draw for initiative commands. Initiative commands are done over here. Are done. Where's the man? Where's the yeah here? So the HQ was already activated by the battalion HQ, so they do not do the initiative segment. The platoon HQ, the first platoon was activated, but the second platoon was not activated. So we draw an action card and give it the modified number of initiative commands for the second platoon. We check to see if any HQs have not yet been activated. First platoon was activated. We can tell because its command marker is down in the saved commands zone, which is right here. So we know it's been activated. But what we're going to do is we're going to flip this over from commands available to activation completed. So it will not do anything in this impulse. The second platoon HQ, however, was not activated, so can take actions in this impulse. We flip the command marker to its commands available side. So we come up here, we flip this over to commands available. Now we're going to draw an action card to find out what it gets. Second platoon now draws for initiative commands. We draw an action card and check the smaller number in the top left of the card, like right here. The smaller number inside the white circle, that is the initiative commands draw. It's card 36, which gives us one command. No bonuses or penalties apply right now because second platoon HQ is not under fire. One command is not quite enough to do what we want, but we use it to have second platoon HQ order second light machine gun to move forwards into the open fields. Ooh, it's dangerous. All right, you want us to do that, huh? So the second platoon HQ is telling this guy, move in to the open fields where there is no protection. It's a 0. And you also get marked with a exposed marker. So dangerous move there. Oh, yeah, cycle machine gun. They move and are marked exposed. We flip the second platoon commander marker over, slide it up to the activations completed 0 commands box. So what we do is, down here. He was activated. Second platoon was activated. They drew a 1. So they won order. They did that order just now, and they're being moved over here. Wonder if I can tell this to draw a specific card. No, I can't. Can't. I thought maybe I'd be able to right-click and tell it to draw a specific numbered card. So we can kind of simulate what's going on in here, but you can't do that. The German light machine gun has not been spotted yet, so it is still not under fire from our units. We have one last chance to do something useful this turn. We skip the company staff initiative impulse because we don't have... we're going to skip this. We're going to skip the company staff initiative impulse because we don't have an executive officer. We don't have a first sergeant. Those are considered staff. There might be other staff in other points in the game, but those are the ones that I know about right now. You got a fresh cup of coffee. Nice. Yeah, me too. Well, I didn't get a fresh cup. I warmed mine up. So it's a little bit fresher than being cold. So now we come down here to general initiative impulse, draw an action card, expend on any units a number of commands equal to the unmodified initiative commands. So this is the number again, the small number right here. So let's see what we get. We go on to the general initiative impulse. We draw action card 39. Again, only one command. Fortunately, this result is not halved and rounded down to 0, as we are playing with a full company. Well, full company, I think, would be 3 platoons. We have 2. We use this command to have second light machine gun attempt to spot the German light machine gun in the foxholes. Checking the spotting attempt draw modifiers table, we apply the following modifiers. So let's find that. That's the enemy stuff. That is just what they can do. Enemy, or we're doing the Potential contact, draw chart, no. Commands limitation, no. Spotting attempt, draw modifiers chart. Here it is. The base draw is 2 cards. The minimum is 1. So if any unit that's trying to spot an enemy unit can always draw 1 card. The maximum line of sight that you can do this at is very long range. So these are the spotting modifiers. So right now we have no modifier. The spotting recipient is actually the light machine gun team that we're trying to get them to spot. We're trying to have them spot the German machine gun in the foxholes. They are lined, so they're neither green nor veteran. Our light machine gun is not on higher elevation. The target card has 3 or more cover or concealment. No. It does have... They do have plus 0 cover and concealment. Oh. Let's see how this explains it. Base is 2 cards. Target undercover is -1. The target is undercover of the foxholes. It has 0 cover and concealment value. So even though it's under the foxholes, it doesn't have a cover or concealment marker on it. It's just basically in the foxholes. It's not a sniper. It's not veteran. It's not green. All of the units, German and American, are line. Is it on the same card as the spotter? No. Is it exposed? No. Is it a unit with a VOF rating of A, automatic? Yes. Is it have a VOF rating of H or G? No. So it gets -1 for being undercover. It gets +1 for having a VOF rating of automatic fire. I guess the +1 that will help our machine gun team spot it is they're hearing that loud noise of the machine gun. So that helps them spot where these guys are, even though they're undercover. So actually, the target card has +0 cover and concealment value. If a card has 2 cover and concealment values, use the lower number when spotting across a white line of sight border. So I guess this cover and concealment is, that's for the foxhole, I guess. It says it has all 3. It has the target undercover, it has the cover and concealment, it has the VOF rating of A. For a total of 3 cards, we draw action cards 18, 5, and 48. Card 5 has a crosshairs indicator on which indicates a successful spotting attempt. So you draw 3 cards. We're not drawing 3 cards. But so basically this is called the action section of the card. And if there's a crosshairs, then that is a successful attempt. Out of the 3 cards that they draw, if there's a crosshairs. Now, something very important about drawing cards. If you're told to draw 3 cards, and the very first card you draw gives you the result that you're looking for, you still draw the other 2 cards. You draw as many cards as the game tells you to, and that keeps the deck moving and the reshuffle thing going on and all that stuff. Because at some point we're going to come up on a card here that says reshuffle. Okay, we are over here. They were successfully spotted. We removed the spotting marker. Oh, cool. Show stack contents. Toggles tag, save object, flip, rotate, scale, scripting, clone, copy, delete. Well, let's just move it back here to the unspotted, because this will help me. This will help me remember where this stuff is. Looking for it. So you can stack these guys. You can right click and not on that one. Well, let's see if we can do it on this one. If I stack all of these together and I right click, show stack contents. Oh, it just uncovers. It uncovers the one underneath it, I guess. Oh, I could stack these together like this group. No, I can't group them. So there's an error there. No. Okay. All right. Well, I better not mess with it too much. I'm going to break something. We move the unspotted marker. The second light machine gun immediately opens fire. Our light machine gun opens fire on them because now, actually, both units open fire because they can see. They've been spotted. They can be seen, so that both of them open fire. So what I'm going to do with this one is just clone it rather than going to try and find another one. I can't turn it though. So I'm gonna have to rotate it this way. I'm gonna rotate it to the right. We're gonna clone it again. No, we're not gonna clone it. We're gonna flip this one. Okay. So now this squad can see into this area, this machine gun up on this hill. So it's gonna start firing as well. Now, this unit here is gonna fire small arms. This unit's going to fire small arms. Actually, no, it's automatic. They both have automatic. So we're going to change the state on this one to the automatic state. All right. Let's go back and verify all that. We remove the unspotted marker and the second light machine gun immediately opens fire. We place a VOF marker between the two open field cards and an automatic weapons VOF on the open fields card with the German light machine gun. This should say PDF marker. We place a PDF marker between these two open fields. And an automatic weapons fire volume of fire on the open fields card with the German light machine gun. So this one gets an automatic weapons volume of fire card. Our assault team also has line of sight to the German light machine gun, but unfortunately only has a range of P point blank. We're looking at the range. P for point blank. There we go. So it does not open fire. So we got to flip this one back to just this way. Note, during every phase, segment, and impulse, except the combat effects segment, whenever something happens on the map, check if volume of fire or primary fire, direction fire, counters, chits, markers need to be updated. Units that are not already firing somewhere will open fire as soon as any opposing unit comes into line of sight. This can happen in several ways. For example, because a unit moved, units were successfully spotted, smoke cleared, night ended, the weather cleared up, etc. So now we go to the enemy activity phase. There are no enemy headquarter events in this assault course, so we skip the enemy higher HQ event segment. And besides, no events take place on turn 1, even if there were any. So that would be over here. Enemy higher HQ, nope. Enemy activity segment. I think we might do something here. Enemy activity segment. Each enemy unit on the map makes an activity check. None of the units in row 3 have line of sight to US units, so we'll end up doing nothing, due to the special rule on ignoring remove from map results. We'll just check for the light machine gun on the hill on row 2. We look down at the enemy defensive activity check hierarchy chart for the first situation which applies. And that would be this over here. Which one does it say to do? Enemy defensive activity check hierarchy. And we know that they are deliberate. Their defensive tactics are deliberate. So the first one that applies is the enemy unit, the German on the same card as an opposing unit. No. On the same card as an opposing unit. No. Do the Germans have any of these markers on them? No. Are the Germans not under fire? Nope, they're under fire. Are the Germans not under fire? Nope, they're under fire. Are the Germans under fire but not under cover? Nope, they're under cover. Are the Germans under fire from a different direction to its own primary direction of fire marker? Oh, Where did my thing go? Where did my game go? Yellow. Oh, here we are. Confused. Yes. I'm confused. Yes, they are. So this is the Germans' primary direction of fire. This is the fire coming from our light machine gun team. So they are under fire from a different direction from their own direction of fire. So what you do is you find the first one that applies, which is this one, and you stop. You don't keep going. None of these up here applied, but this one does apply. They're under fire from a different direction to its own primary direction of fire. So basically they're over here going, and then all of a sudden over here they hear back at them, they're like, whoa, wait a second. We then draw an action card and check the random number section against the third column for deliberate tactics. There are 4 possible options. Card 10 is drawn, which gives a result of 1. No action. So right here, under fire from a different direction to its own PDF, under deliberate, third column, and you draw a random card over here. You draw the random card and you check under the number 4. And then you come back over here. Okay, under the number 4, under this thing, if we had drawn that, it would be shift to primary direction of fire to incoming fire. So that way they would have gone, instead of shooting now at the assault team, they would have changed to shoot at the light machine gun team. But the card that they drew was card number 10, and under number 4, there was no action. The German light machine gun does not take an action this turn, so it continues to fire its basic automatic weapons volume of fire down into the marsh at 1st Platoon's assault team. Remember, units don't need orders to shoot their basic volume of fire at spotted enemies in their line of sight. This is exactly the same for enemies as it is for your units. Only grenade-rated units do not fire automatically every turn, as they do not have a basic volume of fire. We skip the mutual retreat and capture phase, and the anti-tank combat and vehicle movement phase, as there's nothing to do in either of those right now. So we're going to come over here. We're going to skip these 2 phases, the mutual capture, the retreat. we're going to go right into mutual combat phase. We're going to skip these. We're going to go right down to here. And we're going to just follow the instructions here. There are no fire missions to update, no PC markers to evaluate, and no pinned units on the map. So we begin this phase with the combat effects segment. Two cards are under VOFs, volume of fire. We check the combat results, and then we'll make any updates to the volume of fire PDFs during the cleanup phase. So this is key to this game. During the combat phase, you don't change any of these markers. They stay where they are to indicate. If there's a result for some reason against this unit, it still is considered, all combat's considered to be happening simultaneously. So if there's a result against this unit, then it's still considered to be firing at this unit and vice versa. So I'm going to have a cookie. These are Nutella cookies. Got these at Costco. We've got a little biscuit with, in the center there, under there is Nutella. It's really good. I want to try to eat these when my coffee's hot. That's why I heat it up. I go up there, heat it up. 15, 20 minutes later, I take a sip and I'm like, oh, cold again. I'm the type of person, I like my hot food hot. I want it hot. I don't want it warm. Steaming is probably the way I would refer to how I like my food. Steaming hot. I want to see the heat coming off the food. But that's me. It doesn't matter in which order we check the combat results, as they are all assumed to be occurring simultaneously. So we start at the top row and work our way down. So that's what they suggest, and it makes sense. You start at the top row, you work left to right, top to bottom. So you'd start here, go across here, any PDF, any volume of fire markers on there, no. So then we would stop here. The German light machine gun under fire from the U.S. light machine gun. The NCM, which is the net combat modifier, their terrain offers them no protection. The foxholes offer them +1 protection. They're under automatic weapon fire, which offers them -1 protection, or -1 combat modifier. So you've got 0 + 1 -1 equals 0. Draw an action card is number 11. Combat resolution area indicates that a net combat modifier of 0 gives a result of a pin. We place a pinned marker on the German light machine gun. Now, we're going into the next row. They're still firing here. So let's try to figure this out on our own. They have -1 for the volume of fire. They have -2 because they're exposed. That's -3. They have +1 because they're in the marsh. So that'd be a -2. That's what we get right here. We've got terrain +1, exposed -2, volume Automatic weapons fire -1, so the net modifier is -2. We draw an action card. It's number 24. The combat resolution area indicates that a net combat modifier of -2 gives a result of a hit. We draw a second card to see what the results of the hit were. All assault teams are assumed to have an experience level of line. So we will check the result under the line column of the hit effects section. So that's down here. We check under line to see what the result is. So on the card number 33, it gives a result of C. The assault team is replaced with a casualty counter. This step is no longer... so this was a single step of soldiers, is no longer recoverable and can only be evacuated as soon as someone gets the chance to do so. So basically, they're in really bad shape. They took the brunt of that fire and are in really bad shape. Pull casualty. Okay, they are a casualty. So I think I'll put this over here for now, but I think they just get removed. The casualty marker stays out there. Exposed markers are removed from all units. First platoon HQ command marker slides to the top half of its one box on the command track. We move company HQ and second platoon HQ command markers back to their respective holding boxes. So let's try this. Let's see what happens when we click on the cleanup card. So what should happen is this exposed marker gets removed. This one gets removed. Of course, there's really nothing there to affect it. I don't know if these will be moved back to their boxes. I'll probably have to do that manually. But we're going to click on cleanup and see what happens. Turn marker moved 1. Okay, sweet. Exposed markers were removed. The Germans are still firing into this. They don't know that this team basically got wiped out. They don't know that, so they are still firing in here. Okay, so we need to put the C company HQ over here. Put the second platoon here. We're going to move the first platoon up here. Because even if they don't get activated this turn, they still have one command that they could use, I think, in this phase right here. So we did the mutual combat phase. We just did the cleanup phase. We come back up here to the friendly higher HQ event phase. I'm not sure if they're going to do that in this one. The German light machine gun is pinned, so their automatic weapons volume of fire is replaced with an all-pinned volume of fire. So they're pinned, and so that means every unit in that area is pinned. So then this becomes an all-pinned. Does their pinned marker become all pinned? Oh. So let's see if there's an all pinned volume of fire over here. Pinned. Flip this over maybe. Maybe we flip this over. Nope. I thought I saw an all pinned over here. I thought I saw an all pinned. Is that this fourth state of this? It is. Yep. It's all pinned. Okay. In addition, since a casualty is not considered a valid target, the enemy light machine gun now receives orders to shift fire. Only one other unit is in its line of sight. The second light machine gun team in the open fields. We move the all-pinned volume of fire from the marsh. Wait a second. Oh, okay, not this one. We don't do this one. They're still under this. They're still under this volume of fire marker from this side here. This is the one that gets shifted to an all pinned. It comes over here. So that's interesting. That's interesting that in the enemy defensive activity phase, you have to check. But here, see, I thought they would just continue firing. Now, if the Americans would continue firing in there, I think that's basically how the rules work. If this team got eliminated, the Americans wouldn't know that. They would just keep firing in there until they were commanded to switch their direction of fire or to cease fire. But the Germans don't. They automatically... The enemy light machine gun now receives orders to shift fire. Only one other unit is in its line of sight. The second light machine gun in the open fields. We move the all-pinned VOF from the marsh to the open fields. And I guess we remove this PDF, right? Enemy ceasefire. Enemy ceasefire shift fire orders for units without valid targets occur in the cleanup phase and at the beginning of the offensive mission enemy activity segment. Casualties are never considered valid targets. Neither are other enemy units, in case you've tricked the Germans into a friendly fire situation. These are general orders, actions taken by all enemy units, regardless of restrictions on combat actions for pinned units. Yeah, so that this counter leaves. And then this gets flipped to. So now the Germans are firing here. The Americans are firing here. Casualties over here. So now more guys can move up into this without any fire. It's not under a VOF marker. So this is good to know. Enemy ceasefire, shift fire orders for units without valid targets occur in the cleanup phase and at the beginning of the offensive mission enemy activity segment. It sounds like it's automatic. So that's good to know. That's the end of turn 1. And you can see that the mod automatically move the turn marker up to turn 2. That's the end of turn 1. To recap, we use the following actions from the actions menus. Activate. This order is given from a higher HQ, such as battalion HQ, company HQ, to a subordinate HQ or staff, such as 1st Platoon for HQ or 1st Sergeant. It allows an HQ or staff to draw for commands in the activation segment. While on the map, the company HQ can activate HQs and also give individual orders to any units. We did a move. Moves a unit to an adjacent card. This order marks a unit exposed. Attempt to spot. Attempts to spot an unspotted enemy unit in line of sight. Various modifiers apply. Experienced ones. Once an enemy unit is spotted, all enemy units on the same card become spotted. So basically, I don't know why that. From what I've read in the rules, I haven't seen where they've actually addressed this before, but once an enemy unit is spotted, all enemy units on the same card become spotted. Or, and I've read this, if there are enemy units on a card that are unspotted, but a spotted enemy unit moves onto that card, then the unspotted enemy units become spotted. Now, see, that's why I wish they would kind of use the term area and card like interchangeably, because once an enemy unit, you don't spot an enemy unit, you spot the area. It's like the card is spotted, I think. We'll have to see. You can detach a team, removes one step from a 3 or 4 step unit and creates an assault team or a fire team. So, assault team or a fire team. Um, so, litter teams, paralyzed teams, and casualty teams are only created in combat. Assault teams can be handy for scouting, although they can only engage at point blank range. Note that besides the action move within a card, a unit cannot perform the same action twice in an impulse. Where's the asterisk? I noticed this before. I don't see an asterisk in here. I don't see one in here. I don't see one in here. I don't see one in here. So I don't know why they have an asterisk there if there's nothing that it's referring to. Maybe somebody else sees one in there. I don't. So instead of putting the asterisk there and having the player look, what are they talking about? Just put note and then a colon and then the note. Assault team. An assault team is a one-step limited action team. LAT. They suffer from fewer movement restrictions compared with other LATs, so make quite useful scouts. Although limited to firing at point-blank range, they project an automatic weapons volume of fire, so can be dangerous to opposing units. This is more of a representation of how aggressive they are than the actual weapons they use. Assault teams always have an experience level of line, and like all LATs, are not considered good ordered units. They can be given orders by company HQ and any platoon HQ or company staff. Okay, we're going to go into turn 2. The friendly command phase. I think I'm gonna save this real quick. This is the company Salt, part 5, turn 2. Okay. So that was turn 1. I don't know what these are. Ooh, it crashed. Okay. Close the program. Wait for the program to respond. I just saved it, so I don't know why it would have crashed. At least OBS hasn't crashed. Let's go back to Steam. Start up the simulator. Is that another cookie? Hopefully. No, I don't know how to just load a game. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, start up a game. Okay, start up a game. Hotfix 1 version 13.3 down here. Start up a game. Yeah, hopefully this isn't like going to ruin the whole thing ruin this save. There's something over here was out of whack. Okay, we are in the game. Go back here real quick. Do I need anything else open besides Steam, Task Manager? Nope, I think we're good. Turn 2. Battalion HQ Impulse activates the COHQ from off map. We flip the company headquarters command marker to its commands available side. I think maybe we're going to do this for now. It hasn't been activated yet, so it's just down here waiting to activate. So we're going to flip this over to its commands available side. Company HQ is activated by the battalion HQ, so now they draw for commands. I wish they would. I wish you would use the word order consistently throughout this. They draw for orders. Okay, so they draw for orders and they get 3 orders. It spends all 3 orders. Activate First Platoon HQ. The First Platoon HQ command marker currently on the 1 column on the command track is flipped to its commands available side. Activate the Platoon HQ, the second Platoon HQ. Okay, so I guess you can do these. That's a question I had. I guess you can do these like, you don't have to activate like one platoon and then use all their commands and then activate another platoon. You can have multiple platoons activated at the same time, I guess. Well, hopefully this will show us some of that. Second platoon HQ command markers flip to its commands available side. Set up a casualty collection point. The company HQ and any staff, if present, can designate any card on the map where the company HQ staff unit is located, including one in the staging area, as a casualty collection point. Any casualties on a card designated as a casualty collection point at the end of the turn are considered evacuated. You'll be awarded experience points for evacuating casualties. It's not strictly speaking necessary in this assault course because fortunately for everyone's careers, the assault team is only playing dead. But we may as well get used to putting best practice into action here during training rather than forgetting later under the pressure of real combat. it doesn't say. So it looks like that's an order. Doesn't say it is, but it looks like it's an order. Okay, so Company HQ got 3. He activated first, activated second, and it sounds like he's giving the order to set up a casualty collection area. So this is not, there's only one of these. It's not a infinite number. So we just pick this up. We go over here. And since our casualty is here, let's set up the collection point down on this card. So we can send maybe another, we can send a litter team up here to get them and evacuate them. Platoon HQ, company staff, impulse. First and second platoon HQ were activated by the company HQ. We can choose either HQ to start with, so we'll start with second platoon HQ. If second platoon HQ's plans don't work out, first platoon may need to step in to support them. We draw an action card for second platoon HQ. It's card 22, which gives us 4 commands. Man. Okay, second platoon gets 4 commands. And you can see here, there's certain limits to how many commands can be saved, how many commands can be spent. There's definitely, limitations on those things. So we skipped over all this. We're coming down to here. We're in the company HQ impulse. No, we're in the platoon HQ impulse. The second platoon HQ orders the mortar forward observer to infiltrate forwards. So we're going to find out about infiltrating. He's right here. Come here, Jones, get over here. Yes, sir. We're going to try to infiltrate you into this card. So what happens if successful infiltration is that this unit would be able to move into the open fields but not have an exposed marker put on it. Remember, every time you move, you get an exposed marker. If you infiltrate, you don't get an exposed marker. You can only infiltrate into an area if it has a volume of fire card on it. Now, this is a safe thing to do because safer thing to do because the volume of fire is a +2. And this unit's so the fact that it's all pinned is a +2, which makes it safer for us to enter this open field than if there was no, or if there was a negative volume of fire, like an automatic weapon volume of fire over here. So we're going to try to infiltrate. Due to the volume of fire on the open fields card, the option to infiltrate is available. There has to be a volume of fire marker in the area in order to infiltrate. We draw 2 cards to make the attempt. So basically, all draws like this require 2 cards. I don't think there's a modifier on this one. We get cards 12 and 9. Neither have the infiltrate icon, so this is a failed attempt. Mortar forward observer moves forwards and is marked exposed. So I guess you have to commit to moving first. We're going to move. We're going to try to infiltrate. We didn't successfully infiltrate, but you're still moving. You can't go, oh, I didn't make it, so I'm not moving. So, in the action area here, the cards that were drawn, the action area, what you're looking for is like 3 soldiers, 3 silhouettes of soldiers that kind of look like they're sneaking around. That's what you're looking for. And apparently, we didn't get one. Infiltrate itself forward. So the 2nd Platoon HQ tries to infiltrate in. Oh, dear. Oh, my. So this is really dangerous because your platoon commanders give orders to the units in their platoon. And if this guy dies, you've only got 3 leaders on the board right now. If this guy dies and he's moving in to open fields, again, there is the all pinned marker on there, but it could be very dangerous because now you got the -2. So the 2nd Platoon HQ orders himself. So now I think that's 2. 1 to move the forward observer in, 1 to move himself in. Order the 2nd light machine gun to infiltrate forwards into the gully. We draw 2 cards, 8 and 7. Another failure. Light machine gun moves and is marked exposed. Light machine gun opens fire on the German light machine team again, as it is still in line of sight. German 6 group on row 3 opens fire on 2nd light machine gun. I don't know if this is really. You got 10 turns. You got 9 turns left. We're into the 2nd turn. I think you're taking a lot of risks here. He's ordering the light machine gun to move into the gully, which has a +2. But that is offset by the -2 for being exposed. Now, he does put down a PDF. No, I only want this one. PDF, we're going to rotate this one to the left. Okay. And then these guys in the woods can see into the gully, and they start shooting on them. Okay. German, the 6 infantry group here on row 3 opens fire on the light machine gun. A PDF marker is placed and small arms volume of fire is placed on the gully. Okay, so now we have a small arms volume of fire. I'm going to draw it out of here. I don't want to mess up. Because it's small arms anyway. So they get a small arms coming from here. Because this is a, it's automatic weapons, I guess. It's said to pull the A/S. But they're telling us that it's just small arms fire, so. A PDF marker is placed and a small arms volume of fire is placed on the gully. Now, it seems to me, I guess maybe because the machine gun can only fire in one direction. A toggle. We just want to flip it, don't we? Oh, wrong way. I'm going to flip it this way. You draw 2 cards, 8 and 17, another failure. Light machine gun moves and is marked exposed. Light machine gun opens fire on the German light machine gun team again, as it is still in line of sight. German 6 group on row 3 opens fire on the light machine gun. A PDF marker is placed and a small arms VOF is placed on the gully, where 2nd light machine gun is now located. S-rated units are usually armed with assault rifles or submachine guns. They place an automatic weapons VOF at point blank range or small arms at any other range. Okay, so point blank would be if there was an enemy unit inside these woods. Then they would use the automatic fire. But since there's not a unit in here, they're firing at a unit in this area. They use the small arms fire. But I don't know why the machine gun is firing only here. Not sure. If they could pick an area to fire into, I'll have to wait and see. Order the mortar forward observer to attempt to call for fire. We draw cards, 2 cards, 28 and 29. 28 shows the burst icon, which I was showing you guys earlier. That's the burst icon. Finally, a success. A pending -3 incoming volume of fire marker is placed on the field where the light machine gun team is located, along with a mortar concentration marker. So we're doing a -3 pending fire mission on the machine gun. And we're also doing a mortar concentration. Let's see, pending fire mission, -3. I wonder, oh, okay, let's see what this says. There's a bunch of states on this one. Rocket, white phosphorus rocket. White phosphorus. There is a mortar concentrate fire. Because I went through this before, there is a mortar concentration marker to remind us that subsequent calls for mortar fire on this card will get a bonus draw. Concentrate fire. 12 o'clock. Let's just use this one. Well, let's just use this one. I'm pretty sure there's one that says, on it, mortar concentrate fire, but we'll see. So this one, though, has to be flipped over to VOF, incoming. A pending -3 incoming VOF marker. I wonder if maybe it's in here. Nope. Okay, we'll just consider this a mortar concentration fire. The German light machine gun continues to engage the open fields throughout our various movements to and from the card. Like player units, they will not shift fire until they receive orders to do so in the enemy activity check segment. First Platoon HQ, we draw an action card. And it's 3 commands. We had one saved. We had one saved. Now, what does second platoon do? It says it used all 4 commands. Yeah, or orders. Yeah, I use the word commands too. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one. Usually they say, so they order the mortar forward observer to move forward, infiltrate itself, order it to infiltrate into the gully, and order to attempt to call fire. Usually at the end of giving the orders, it will tell you, this unit has no more orders, so flip them over and put them back up here. It didn't tell us that time. So, okay, they've got one command that was saved. They drew a 3, so now they have 4 commands. First Platoon HQ uses all 4 commands. Order 1-1 squad to move forwards. Oh, great. This guy's only got 2 steps left. But Sarge, you sent 4 guys in there, and now you're sending us in there to get exposed to enemy fire. They got wiped out. They move and are marked exposed. 1-1 immediately opens fire on the German light machine gun. We place a PDF and a crossfire mark on the open fields terrain card where the German light machine gun is located. So we're doing another clone. This is safe, right? Yeah. I'm going to rotate it to the right. Okay. And then we get a small arms, a crossfire mark on the open fields terrain where the German light machine guns are located. Crossfires down here. So it's not telling us to put a there's a lot of stuff going on over here. It's not telling us to put a small arms on here. So I'm going to put one anyways, just to indicate again that these guys are firing there, because if for some reason you only use the lowest in an attack, you only use the lowest. So right now the lowest is -3. That's the most beneficial attack for the Americans. But if for some reason this doesn't come off, they may want to use the automatic weapons. If this doesn't come off, they still want to know we still have volume of fire on this card. I'm going to put one there because that's what you do. When a unit comes into line of sight with a unit, you put down a PDF and a volume of fire marker. Now, see, it didn't tell him to do this one. Order the artillery fire field forward observer to move forwards. They move and are marked exposed. Man, you're just sending everybody out there. Oh, that's 2. So that's 2 orders. I gotta remember, it's down here. It's not up there. I moved it from up there. Order itself to move forward. Now, see, I question this because the commander and these units are in different areas right now. So the commander cannot issue orders to these guys. These guys are basically stuck here. Same over here. There's nobody in there to give them orders. Now, the company HQ could move over here and start giving them orders. But as of right now, they can't. Oh no. What did I do? I did something wrong, or I looked over, saw your oh no, and I'm like, do I have the game screen up there? Am I doing everything right? Um, one of my daughter's 6 years old. So this is one of her little bowls. One of her little plastic bowls that she's had since she was a baby. And we still use them for like dry snacks because she's 6 years old and she gets crumbs all over the place. And I do too. But I'm not 6. Um, the last order. Order 1-1 squad to begin transporting the casualty. The casualty marker is placed under 1-1 squad's counter. It could also be placed on the command display as part of 1-1 squad's assets if preferred. A pickup order marks a unit which carried it out exposed. Okay, let's do this step by step. What you can do is we could take this over here. We go to first assault, first platoon assets, the 1-1 squad right here. They can carry 1 item, so they're going to carry that. They are right there, so I'm going to put them there. So that's the last order. You guys are all ordered out. But let's read the rest of this, because I guess you get experience points for doing this kind of thing. The casualty marker is placed under 1-1 squad's counter. It could also be placed on the command display. A pickup order marks a unit which carried it out exposed. Oh, so the platoon HQ is ordering the squad to pick up the casualty. So the pickup order marks the unit which carried it out as exposed. So if the 1-1 wasn't exposed, but they were told to carry out the casualty, then they would become exposed because of that. But they're already exposed, so there's no additional penalties. Okay. Company HQ and both platoon HQs were activated this turn, so we skip the company HQ initiative impulse and the platoon HQ initiative impulse. We skip these. We're down to initiative impulse. We skip this because this company HQ is activated. We skip this part because both platoons were already activated. We skip the company staff initiative because this there is no XO or first sergeant. We come down here to the general initiative impulse. So I'm assuming if we get an order, we're going to have the first squad, first platoon carry the casualty down to the collection area. We draw an action card and check the small number in the top left to see how many general initiative commands we get. It's card 34, which gives us 2 commands. So that is the number down here. This isn't card 34, but in the scenario, they drew card 34. So there's 2 commands. So now we have 2 commands that we can give to any unit to do stuff. We spend the first command to move the mortar section to the front left marsh. Huh? Oh. They're moving laterally over here. And then they get mark exposed, I believe. Everybody's exposed over there. But there's no fire because this guy is under a ton of, he's got a ton of things going on. They do not open fire yet, as a mortar unit cannot fire while exposed due to the time it takes to set up after moving. The woods may seem The woods may have been a safer spot, but unfortunately mortars cannot fire from woods cards. Or just from woods. We spend the second command to have the second LMG. Oh, see, they're not going to move the casualty out of there. I probably would have moved the casualty out of there. I don't know. We spend the second man to have this second light machine gun team attempt to spot the German squad on row 3. An attempt to spot can be made on any unspotted enemy unit, even if the primary direction of fire of the unit making the attempt is in a different direction. We check the spotting attempt draw modifiers table and apply the following modifiers. Okay, so let's try this. We're going to attempt to spot the machine gun. Second machine gun team is going to try to spot these guys in this trench. So we're going to come over here to the spotting attempt modifier table right here. I remembered where it was. Yay for me. You flip this. It said player aid 1 front. Player aid 1 back. Okay. Can you flip this? It says 1 of 2. No. Okay. Have to look at that later. So what we're doing is the spotting recipient, which is the second light machine gun team, they're lined. They're not green. They're not veteran. They're not on a higher elevation. The target card has 3 or more cover concealment. No. They do have greater than 0 cover and concealment, so they get a +1. They're undercover, which is a -1. They're not a sniper or a forward observer. They're not on the same card. They're not exposed. They are not a unit with a VOF of A, and they don't have a VOF of H on them. In fact, they don't have any, right? They don't have any volume of fire on them now. They're just a regular, they're shooting small arms. So I think that would be a +1, -1. Let's see if we're right. 2 cards. Enemy undercover. Okay. Enemy undercover. I think the last one, they gave it a +1 for the cover and concealment value. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. Okay, where's the spotting attempt? Yeah. We use this command to have them attempt to spot the German light machine gun. The base draw is 2 cards. Target undercover. Target has +0 cover and concealment value. And it looked like this. All it had was the foxholes. Oh, maybe it's the trench. Is that the difference? Because this is in a trench. I don't know why. These are in foxholes. And this guy was considered to have, he's undercover and he's got greater than 0 cover and concealment. Okay. This guy is undercover, I guess unspotted, and he's got greater than 0, but he's not getting the, he's only getting a -1. Okay, well, that's what they say. That's what we're going to do. There's probably more information on the rules about that in the specific rules section. And hopefully they have noted that over here. Specific rules section. Yeah, 8.5. So there's probably more information in here on how to do this in the rules section 8.5. We're not going to look at it now. We're doing this. Base draws 2 cards, enemy undercover -1 card. A total of 1 card. We draw action card number 47. The crosshairs icon is present, so the German squad is spotted. We remove the unspotted marker. Oh man, Germans got to learn how to hide better. I think what did I do before? I think I just deleted this. Okay, so now they're spotted. Second Light Machine Gun Team does not shift fire automatically, and no other U.S. units are in line of sight, so no changes are made to PDFs or volume of fire. A volume of fire of automatic / small arms does not qualify for a spotting bonus. These units are armed with assault rifles, not the larger belt-fed machine guns that an automatic rated unit is normally armed with. So all right, so that was the what? That was the command phase, or the initiative phase. General initiative impulse. Up here now. Move this over here. Enemy activity phase, we skip the enemy higher HQ segment as no random events occur in this course. The enemy squad and light machine gun on the row 3 orchard can be skipped. The only possible choice on the hierarchy is not under fire, and no line of sight to a U.S. unit, the result of which remove the unit will be ignored by special rule during this course. The squad in row 3, woods and light machine gun in row 2, the squad here and the light machine gun here, we'll check for actions. We randomly select which card will be looked at first by drawing an action card. On a draw of 1 of 2, we choose the squad. So there are 2 squads to pick from. You come down here, you draw a card. You look down here under the 2 because you're choosing from 2 possibilities, and it's number 1. So I would assume that we had picked this one as number 1, this one as number 2, kind of top to bottom. So let's see what they did. On a draw of 1 to 2, we choose the squad. On 2 of 2, we choose the light machine gun. We draw card 46. Did we draw card 46? No, we drew card 9. But we got the same result as them. Which indicates, oh no, we didn't, which indicates a 2. So the pinned German light machine gun will check for actions first. This is important because the results of enemy action on one card can easily affect the situation on another card. Wow. The actions for pinned enemy units are determined on the LAT pinned hierarchy. So we look for the first chart that matches the current situation. These are down here. Enemy defensive activity check hierarchy, enemy offensive check, enemy LAT pinned activity. So we're checking the pinned unit here. So we need to go into this over here. Pinned on same card as opposing unit. No. Pinned on same card as opposing unit. No. Pinned, not undercover. Nope. They're in foxholes. I'm doing this to see if I can get this right. Because eventually I'm actually going to be playing the game, and I want to see if I can get this stuff right. Pinned undercover. Yes, that's the first one. They are pinned undercover. Let's see if we were right. Yep, in this case, pinned undercover. So basically, you start at the top, you work your way down, you stop at the first one that applies. We then draw an action card and check the for column to see what action the LMG takes. So you can see here, pinned under cover, you draw an action card, and you're checking under the 4 result. There's 4 random results, and 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 3 random results under the 4 column. So if we were doing it on our own, we'd be coming up here and looking under the 4 column, and the result would be 1. Pinned under cover, there would be no action. We wouldn't do anything. We draw an action card and check the 4 column to see what action the light machine gun takes. Card 17 is drawn. The 4 column indicates a result of 2, no action. Next, we check the German squad on row 3. So this squad is under cover, but it's not under fire. It's not pinned. It's not pinned, so we're not using this one. It's not offensive fire, it's defensive. And we're checking for defensive fire or defensive activity under the deliberate column here. On same card, no. Not under fire, no line of sight. Not under fire, but has valid target along PDF. I think that's the one. It's not under fire, but it has a valid target along its PDF. So we would stop there. So let's see if that's the right one. Not under fire, but has valid target to PDF. Yes. Deliberate defense hierarchy. Well, they're using deliberate defense. Deliberate defense over on assault. I'm not sure why we use one or the other, though. I'd have to probably go in and check the... I'd have to check. So not under fire, but has valid target along PDF. So we are using the deliberate, and it looks like it's an auto action. I guess it does a grenade attack. It looks like. Yep. Under deliberate tactics, the selection is automatically grenade attack. Some of the actions on the enemy activity hierarchies have a more detailed explanation in the box on the left of the chart. Grenade attack instructions tell us to carry out an attempt to make a grenade attack if possible. Oh, over here, yeah, grenade attack. Have the unit attempt to make a grenade attack if possible, leaving cover if required. If not possible, have the unit attempt to concentrate fire. The German squad does not have a ranged grenade attack capable weapon, such as a rifle grenade, so are limited to point-blank range grenade attacks. The next part of the instructions tells us to make an attempt to concentrate fire if no grenade attack is possible. So that's what we'll do. The rules are exactly the same for enemy units as for your units. First, the German squad picks a target. This can either be a stack of units under a cover marker or a random unit in the out-of-cover area of the card. If multiple targets are available, one is selected randomly. However, in this case, second light machine gun is the only valid target. We draw 2 cards for the attempt and get cards 32 and 6. None of these have a crosshairs icon, so the attempt fails. Nothing further is done. We skip the mutual retreat and capture phase and the anti-tank combat and vehicle movement phase, move right on to the mission update segment. Fire mission update segment. So we skip. There was no enemy activity. We skip this and this. We come down to the fire mission 7-1. Fire mission update segment, because we have a fire mission over here going into this open field. That's going to be a problem for that German. We're in the mutual combat phase, yeah. The pending fire mission marker on row 2 is flipped to its incoming side. Oh, I already did that. So let's do this. It's pending fire mission. Now it's flipped to incoming. At this point, the German light machine gun immediately loses line of sight off of the card. We remove the PDF marker. We remove this marker here. Yeah, basically, right now there's mortar fire landing from this mortar fire forward observer has called in a mortar attack, and the mortar fire is landing now. So what's happening is this is simulating dust. Dust is being thrown up into the air, dirt's being thrown up to the air from these explosions, and the machine gun team loses all line of sight outside of the hex. Or outside of the hex. Well, I could call it a hex, I guess. Outside of the area. Now, other teams could still see inside, but they cannot see outside. Okay, remove the PDF marker and the all-pinned volume of fire marker on second platoon H quarters card. We remove this marker. What else did we have? What did we have? The PDF marker, we removed that already, okay, and the all-pinned volume of fire marker. As noted at the top of the sequence of play, anytime anything at all happens on the map outside of the combat effects segment, all PDFs and VOFs must immediately be checked and adjusted if necessary. So anytime anything like this happens, like when the light machine gun moved in here and then they were in line of sight of this unit here, we immediately put down a PDF and a volume of fire marker. Immediately. You just basically stop what you're doing. Because, again, they say, as long as all of these are placed properly, then your combat, the heart of the game, really, the combat phase, will be resolved accurately. So this is how it should work right now. Yeah, see, oh, mortar concentration is a green. I don't see any green ones out here. Maybe it's over here. Oh, here we go. Okay. What did I do with this one? Let's get rid of this one then. So what kind of mortar concentration is it? 303? Okay, sure. So this is the one that we should have put up here earlier. I didn't know it was over here. I didn't know what it looked like, so now this is what the card should look like. It's got a -3 incoming. It's got crossfire. It's got automatic weapons fire. It's got mortar concentration fire. It's got the pinned marker and the foxholes marker and the German team right here. I put the small arms fire on there because there's small arms fire coming from here, even though it's not going to be calculated because it's a 0. If the automatic weapons fail or this fails, you've still got a VOF on there, which is important to have, to know if there's VOFs on there. Excuse me. Then we have this card. We have this marker up here. We have this marker over here. We have volume of fire, you're exposed, and it's the light machine guns. So we got all those on there too. Okay. And that's what they say. As long as all of these markers are placed correctly, then you should have an accurate resolution to combat. Smoke and various fire missions block line of sight. Units can fire into a card with smoke or incoming marker, but not through it to another card beyond. So we can fire into here, but not beyond it. Any units cannot fire out of the card at all. So we could fire into it, not beyond it, but the units in here cannot fire out of it. It's smoke, dirt, dust, grass, clods being thrown up in the air. There are no PC markers to be evaluated in this mission, so the potential contact evaluation segment is skipped. So what happens with PC markers, you guys will see this in the next one that we do. What happens with PC markers, the next run that we do, what happens with PC markers, that PC markers are put onto these cards. And then when a unit moves onto that card, the PC marker is called a potential contact marker. That card will be checked to see if there's any potential contact. Each card with a PC marker and a friendly unit draw the number of action cards indicated on the potential contact draw chart based on the PC marker and the current activity level. So PC markers come in A, B, or C. The current activity level is set down here depending on how many VOF markers are on the board. So in this case, there would be 2 cards have VOF markers on them. So I think in this case, we would be at a probably a contact. What's the next one? Engaged. I think we'd be engaged. Contact is if one card has a VOF marker on it, either friendly or enemy. 2 is if engaged is if contact is if one card has a VOF marker on it. Engaged is if 2 cards have VOF markers on them. The next state of activity is heavily engaged, is if 2 cards have VOF markers on them and there's at least 1 card that has both friendly and enemy units on the card. We're not tracking because we don't have PC markers in this scenario. We're not tracking that. But that's how that works. We'll see some of that coming up the next time we play. So we're going to skip that. The pinned recovery segment, we check to see if any pinned units are not under VOF. So if this unit here was not under a volume of fire, we would remove the pin marker, but it is under volume of fire. Tells you right here. And so it doesn't get its pin removed. I don't think any of our guys are pinned. They're under heavy fire, so will remain pinned. Combat effects segment. There's 2 cards under volumes of fire that we need to calculate combat effects for: the German light machine gun in the open fields and the U.S. light machine gun in the gully. Volume of fire and PDF markers are not updated until the cleanup phase, so the results of one combat will not affect another. So just pick cards to calculate as seems logical to you, starting from the top row, working left to right before moving to the next row is recommended. So yeah, you come over here, start at the top row. Any volume of fire markers on there? Nope. Next row, any volume of fire? Yep, there is right here. So this is the first one that we're going to resolve. It's going to be bad for the Germans. Okay, there is The Germans are in no cover here. They have a +1 foxhole. They have a -3 and a -1. So it's -4 +1 is -3. So we're going to be in, you only go with the lowest VOF, which is this one right here. So let's see if that's right. We'll work from left to right. The German light machine gun open fields under fire from multiple sources. The terrain is 0. The foxholes are +1. It's pinned +1. Okay, that's right. It's pinned. So it gets a +1. So it's going to be minus +2 minus 4 is -2. The incoming VOF marker, again, you don't use this one or this one. You use the lowest one in the crossfire modifier. So we have a -2. 2 VOF are affecting this card, automatic weapons and incoming. Only the most powerful VOF incoming is used in the net combat modifier calculation. After deciding which VOF to use, apply all the other modifiers: terrain, crossfire, pinned, exposed, cover markers, etc. We draw an action card and check the combat resolution area. We get card number 23, which indicates a result of hit for a net combat modifier of -2. What would we get? We would get a -2. We would also get a hit. What card? 44. They drew card number 23. We draw another action card and check the hit effects section under the column line. So if it was a hit and we were drawing for a line unit, we would get an effect of one step is converted to a fire team. The second step is a casualty, but this is only a one-step unit. So let's see how that's resolved. We draw another action card and check the hit effects section under the... Oh, he's not going to draw the same card. It gives a result of PP. All units in this exercise start at line experience to see what the results of the hit were. It's card 21, which gives a result of PP. This means that up to 2 steps have become paralyzed, since the LMG paralyzed with fear, not paralyzed physically. Since the LMG has only 1 step, we ignore the second letter altogether and read it as a result of P. The light machine gun counter is replaced with a German paralyzed team. So we're going to draw this up here. And then we're not going to change anything. This team is still, well, they're not under fire. So it looks like we're going to do these. We're going to do this fire, but we're not going to change anything over here until all the fire is resolved. But we are going to convert this to a loading complete. It says that it can't. I don't understand. It says that you unknown faction for LAT team pull. So we're gonna have to manually do it, looks like. I go up here. I have to search for a LAT paralyzed LAT team. Okay. Not that one. I thought I saw a state thing on here. Maybe I saw scale. Oh, you know what? It's probably over here then, right? Oh, come on, game. Come on, man. Now this has become become an infinite one. Oh man. Leave it up there. Okay, maybe it's over here. I'm spread out all over the place. It's like, let's see. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a German. I don't know why. Create random PC. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand that then. I'm looking for a German LAT. German LAT, light uh limited action team. Maybe I can get it from my assault team over here. Maybe pull casualty. Okay. And now maybe change this to something. No. Let's see. It will not let me pull an LAT team. I wonder if there's any instructions here. Heartbreak Ridge mission book. Search. Yeah, it's weird. See, this kind of shows me that the mod is in a unfinished state. Because why would you just have these like sitting out here, just kind of off to the side, right? Well, you know what? I'm gonna use a I'm gonna use a I'm gonna use a I'm just gonna use a casualty thing just to indicate this guy's a casualty. And we'll know he's paralyzed because one US casualty. I'm just going to use that for now. Okay. Doesn't seem like it should be this hard to do. on some of this stuff. Should be, I mean, they could probably, like I said, they've got stuff over here. You got stuff over here. You got stuff over here. It's like, it'd be better. I think there'd be a better way to organize this, right? There should be a better way to organize all this. I don't know. I don't know. There's a better way to organize it. But I definitely have to go in and check the mod page and see what kind of explanations are given in there, how to get all these counters. Okay, the German light machine gun feels on fire in multiple sources. So this is all simultaneous. So the German light machine gun is opening fire. It's open under fire. It doesn't have fire out, so it can't do anything. It's paralyzed. Light machine gun counters placed with the German paralyzed team. Once a paralyzed team is Since a paralyzed team is a generic LAT, there is no way for the LMG to recover. Assume that the main weapon has been destroyed and the remaining crew are doing their best to survive. Can I flip this? Oh, maybe from here we can do a no, it still won't let me pull a it won't let me pull a LAT team. Okay. It's paralyzed. Assume that the main weapon has been destroyed and the remaining crew are doing their best to survive. The team remains pinned. All hit results also pin the unit, and any resulting units may split up or convert into. Still remains pinned. So all hit results also result in pin. Oh, all hit results also pin the unit, and any resulting units it may split up or convert into. Card 2, the light machine gun and gully under small arms fire. Let's calculate this one. Okay, it is in +2. If this was like a mortar attack on here, it'd be +1, but since it's straight into the gully, so basically if it was coming from above, it'd be a +1, but it's a +2. So +2 minus 2 is 0. 0 for the small arms fire, so it is a 0 modifier. Terrain exposed, 0 modifier, 0 net combat modifier. Note, the large terrain cover and concealment value +2 is used. The smaller number is only used when all fire entering the card is across the white borders of the card. Oh, the white borders, not from above. So these are the white borders. So basically, you're looking down the throat of the gully this way and this way, because these are the white borders. But coming from here, it's crossing this green border, and so you're using the better cover value. It's +2. The card shows the top and bottom of the case of the gully. The diagonal has a dark green border. We draw action card 26. The combat resolution indicates a result of pin. For a net combat modifier of 0, we place a pin marker on these guys. Pinned units do not fire as well as good order units, so the basic volume of fire of the light machine gun is temporarily reduced to pinned, +2. That's over here. Okay, the basic volume of fire of the LMG is temporarily reduced to pinned. It'd be this one. All pinned. So that's the volume of fire coming into this card. Cleanup phase. We replaced the automatic fire VOF on the open fields with a small arms fire VOF from 1-1 squad in row 1. Because this is done, so this is no longer, so now this volume of fire coming through here is going to be the small arms fire right there, which I already put up there, which is now the most powerful VOF affecting the card, or will be when the incoming marker is removed next turn. That's why I put that on there, because this will be removed next turn in the, over here in the fire mission update, remove existing incoming markers. So first you start with, you have a forward observer call in. Oh, I didn't want to do that. That's fine. Yeah. You have a forward observer call in the fire. They call in the fire, and it's a pending fire mission. Then you flip it over. Flip pending markers to their active side. You do that, which we did. Then at the beginning of the next combat phase, you're going to remove this existing because the fire mission's already been called in and resolved. So this volume of fire, because this has been changed to +2, this is going to be the lowest volume of fire on the board. So from this unit right here. So so what we're going to do is we're going to click on cleanup phase. Turn marker move to number 3. I think it only did, it only is doing 2 turns in this, I think. Okay. We replaced the automatic fire volume of fire on the open fields with a small arms volume of fire from 1-1 squad in row 1. Right here, up to here. Exposed markers are removed from all units. That did that when we clicked that button there. It cleaned up all the exposed markers. This results in the mortar section in row 1 opening fire on the German paralyzed team in row 2 open fields. The small arms fire is replaced with a heavy weapons VOF. So again, line of sight. This changes the line of sight of the mortar. Mortars can't fire when they're under an exposed marker, but now they're not under the exposed marker, so immediately they can get set up and start firing into this area here. So this one now gets changed to, well, I can leave that one there. Let's clone it. Let's see if it'll let me clone it. And then put it down here as a heavy weapons fire. Because technically, this squad here doesn't go, oh, you got it? Yeah, take over. We're going to have a cigarette. Yeah, go ahead. We're going to have a cup of coffee, cookie. You go ahead, mortar section. No, they keep firing. It's just that the mortar section's fire is much stronger. And so that's the fire that the game calculates when resolving the combat. And anyways, 0 plus -3 is -3. And so, you know. So I'm not going to replace it because they're still firing. I'll just add this, which you could just stack these up like in order. Just stack these up over here like this. The turn marker moves up to turn 3. The command markers are reset, and we go back to the top of the sequence of play. You go back up here. We already did a cleanup phase. We come back up here. This comes out of here. We already did cleanup. This comes up here to this. We move this to game turn 3. These guys are all over here. That's the end of turn 2. To recap, and the enemy use the following actions from the actions menu. Cookie, 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 cookie. All right. This order is given from a higher HQ, such as a battalion HQ. We already did that one. We did the move one last time. We did infiltrate. That was new this time, I think. Okay. So infiltrate requires a volume of fire on the origin card or the destination card. So either the card that the unit starts in or the card that the unit is moving to has to have a volume of fire marker on it. Attempt to spot an unspotted enemy unit in line of sight. Various modifiers apply. Experience the spotter target, type of enemy you're trying to spot, blah, blah, blah. Call for fire from off-map firing agency. That's all this right here. We also designated a new tactical control. Tactical controls can be set by either company HQ or company staff. The mission instruction will indicate what kind of tactical controls may be set during. So the tactical control was the casualty collections point. Pick up, load, unload, embark. This action allows units to pick up assets, ammo, casualties, have a vehicle load the contents of a cart or unload the items and transporting. Okay, attempt to concentrate fire. This order may be given to any unit with a basic VOF, which is small arms, automatic, heavy weapons, or automatic and small arms. 2 cards are drawn, and if at least one has a crosshairs icon, concentrated fire marker is placed on the target. Again, it's got an asterisk here. Where's the asterisk over here? Just put note, colon, and then the note. Note that besides the action move within a card. Oh, I need to restart that. It is 1 o'clock. I'm going to take a break. Got about an hour left. And then it's time to go pick up my daughter in about an hour. But I'm going to take a break right now. And do I have any coffee to warm up? A little bit. Little teeny tiny bit. Maybe I'll make another coffee. Note that besides the action move within a card, a unit cannot perform the same action twice in an impulse. Continue with this run and try to destroy the remaining units. In turn 3, you'll be able to evacuate the casualty by moving them to the CCP. The transporting unit can drop them automatically when they get there without having to use additional commands. Oh, it doesn't take an order to drop them. Okay. You could attempt to capture the paralyzed unit on the hill by moving units there as per the capture instructions and the sequence of play. Although with an enemy bunker facing in that direction, it won't be easy. Probably not worth it. If you run into issues, look up rules for combat in Section 6 of the rulebook and rules for line of sight and terrain in Section 5. Details of making special attacks such as grenade attacks and concentrated fire and using the forward observer to make calls for off-map missions can be found in Section 7. When you're comfortable with moving in combat, move on to Run 2, which uses the potential combat contact system, and Run 3, which introduces radios to get used to dealing with real communications issues. So this is what the map looks like right now. So Run 2 is the potential contact system. Uses the same map and US units as Run 1. In addition, we will prepare 7 enemy packages that may appear during the course of play. In addition to the objective listed for the CAC run, Run 1, for runs 2 and 3, you must also clear all of the PC markers to prepare the following enemy units. So, light machine gun teams, I guess I can do that. Well, first, we have to, I got to go back to the original map. Make sure it's going to use the original map. Yeah, and then it sets up with the contact markers here. So we're going to save this. Then I'm going to take a break after I load. This was Company Assault. Course Part 5. Turn 2 or 3. I'm going to put 3. So now what I want to do is I want to load, save and load. Which is the one that we were doing? This one? I think we're doing, no, not this one. Back up here to save and load. Go back up here. This one? Okay. So it's the same map. But I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for watching. Okie doke, I'm back. Thanks for giving me a break. Heated up my coffee. I got a few Biscoff, I think, still left. So they might have a couple of those. Go back in and set this scenario up. Biscoff are made. They're called, I think they're called speculous, is the name of the type of biscuit that they are, or cookie. They're called speculous, and they're a type of speculous cookies. Oh, let's see if I can get this closed up here without too much difficulty. Ziploc. Yeah, these are called, they're made by the Lotus Company, I believe. And they're called Biscoff. Just this thin little kind of coffee biscuit. Pretty delicious. One of my favorite. I'm glad that Costco started carrying them. I'll say I'm glad I can do this because I can just pull these off here. So all these cards are locked, which is a nice thing that you can do in you can see that they're not highlighting at all. If they weren't locked, they would highlight, like you can move them or you can click on them and drag them. So what are we doing again? We are, yeah, so it's the same map that we were on before, but we're setting up the potential contact markers. We need to grab foxholes, trench, bunker. So what do we have over here? We have, do we need unspotted markers? Do they have us do that? No. Let's grab all these unspotted markers and then just delete them, I guess. Don't need those out. We're going to keep the trenches out. Keep the bunker out. Two foxholes, two trenches, and a bunker. Put that over here. Put it down here, maybe. Put it down. I can just line them up over here, and then I can grab them all and move them down. Two foxholes. I had a foxhole over here, right? Yeah, there it is. Foxhole. We're gonna clone the foxhole. Put another one down here. Okay. Then we've got an incoming light machine gun, third light machine gun. So we've got light machine gun here. Let me put this down in order, though, the way they have it. Light machine gun. But I need the third light machine gun from up here. I wonder if this assault team would convert over into, yeah, German LAT teams. I bet you that converts over into what we were looking for before. It would convert over into a paralyzed German team. Let's see, machine gun, right? We're looking for the third machine gun right there. All right, so what else do we need? We need first Fallschirmjäger, 5th Fallschirmjäger, 6th Fallschirmjäger. So we've got the 5th and the 6th. We need the 1st. Then we need the red incoming. We got the 5th and the 6th. I guess that goes there. That goes there. We know where this one is. It'd be this one. Oh, it's 4. My mistake. Let me put it back, eh? It took it. Yay! Okay, this is the 4 with a -1. Got it. Okay, we're gonna drag this one back up here. Up here. And then we're gonna draw the 1st, right? Okay, so this guy's got to come this way. This guy's got to come this way. And then we need the 1st Fallschirmjäger. We need the AS version. Interesting. You're looking for these things and you can't find them, and you're like, well, it says it's there. In fact, I don't see any more Fallschirmjäger. Do these guys just flip over to, yeah, a lower, how about this one? Does this flip over to anything? No. Well, here's this one. This is Fallschirmjäger, 1 GPFJ, 1 GPFJ. Oh, okay. That one isn't. See, that's why you have to look at these things carefully, which I wasn't doing. This is not an automatic. This is only an automatic weapon one. So this is actually probably a stronger unit than this one is. It's because they've got a machine gun as like a basic weapon. Okay, so those are the units that we're going to be using for the Germans. So we should be able to highlight all these and drag them all down here for like when we need them. They're right there. We're going to grab all these and put them on top of here. Let's flip them. Then we're going to shuffle. Hit the R key to shuffle. We're going to do, we need PC markers, which I believe are pretty easy to find. First row is going to be A contact markers. A's in the first row. So we're going to clone 1, 2. Oh, cannot clone these. Okay. Oh, there's a fixed amount. That's why. Okay. Makes sense. See, it's interesting. It shows that this is a bag. In other games that I've played, probably the way they did this is so that you could actually see there's so many counters in here. They actually want you to be able to see what the counters are. Because you can see here, there's a bag symbol up there. So there's only 16 potential contact A markers. Now B's are in the second row. And there are, what, 16 of those. So yeah, so they don't want you cloning them because there's only a certain number of them. And once you've, on these bigger scenarios, probably, once you've reached that certain number, if you're designing your own scenario or whatever, that's it. You can't put down a 17th one. So then the Assault Course Enemy package list, when we need this, we'll go ahead and access it. Place one A marker on each card in row 1, B marker on each card in row 2. Place a no contact marker at the top of the map or on the command display. They keep it down here. Contact level and PC markers are used to determine the enemies encountered throughout a mission. As previously in the PAC, keep track of the contact level whenever changes occur on the map. So there's information here. Each time a squad is drawn, so like right here, squad in foxholes, says each time a squad is drawn, pick the type A-rated or AS-rated randomly. So then A would be 1, AS would be 2. You draw a card, look under 2. 1 or 2 comes up, you would pick it based on that. Full details of the package placements can be found in Section 8, the enemy. Okay, 3 rules to bear in mind when placing enemy packages are respect the counter mix, like we were just doing then with the potential contact markers. There's only 16 of them. So if there's no marker, don't say, okay, well, this is going to be the 17th potential contact marker. You redraw if there are not enough counters to place the package. So like if all 3 of the squads, if all 3 of the Fallschirmjäger groups were out there on the board, then you would ignore this and you would draw again to try to find another package that you can place on the board. Don't place an enemy where one already exists. Enemy units placed on the map must open fire on the unit which triggered them. So you can't have them opening fire on a different unit. It's got to be, they have to open fire on the unit which triggered the potential contact marker that revealed them on the map. So they're running communications. Communications are the lack thereof are one of the first important considerations in fields of fire. Up until now, the company HQ has been in communication with the platoon HQs automatically. For run 3, we will equip the company with radios which they must use to communicate with one another. Where am I over here? I don't know why this is still open. I don't know why this is open over here. I'm going to scroll back up here. Company assault course. So that was run 1, right? That was run 1. I'm going to double check this real quick. Now I got to scroll all the way up here. I should do this more often. Press the middle mouse button, and then it turns into like a, you move it up a little bit or down a little bit, and it will just automatically move if you hold the middle mouse button down. That's a Windows feature. Salt Company course, run 1. Okay. Okay, this is run 2. So let's do that for, when I save it, I need to remember when I save it, this is run 3. Adding communications. Communications lack thereof one of the most important considerations in fields of fire. Up until now, the company HQ. It's going good, Shroom. Thank you. Yeah, lot to digest. Lot to digest. Up until now, the company HQ has been in communication with the platoon HQs automatically. For run 3, we will equip the company with radios, which they must use to communicate with one another. Before beginning this run, you will need to consider not only the line of sight of potential enemies, but also how your headquarters can communicate with each other. Place the following radios on the command display. Company HQ Battalion TAC SCR 300 radio. Okay. Company HQ is going to get the company, no, they're going to get the what it said? They get the Battalion TAC Scramble 300 radio. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it so that I just have to do Alt-Tab to go to back and forth between the pages, because there's another page that gets stuck in between here. I just know. Okay, so I need the Battalion TAC Scramble 300 and the Scramble 536 Company TAC radio. That's the Scramble 300. And again, these are infinite. And the company TACnet. So we have the Scramble 530, the Scramble 300, the Scramble 536. They go up here on the company HQ command assets. The first platoon, second platoon, and mortar section get the Scramble 536 company TACnet radios. Scramble 536 company. So that was what, first platoon, second platoon, and the mortar section. Okay. So first platoon, second platoon, mortar section get those radios. Company TACnet 536. Okay. The battalion TAC radio allows the company HQ to be activated every turn by the off-map battalion HQ. Try not to lose this. Okay. The company TAC radio allows your company HQ to activate the platoon HQs or give them other orders directly when visual verbal communication is not possible. I will be right back. Where's my thing? Actually, I'm in over here. I will be right back. Okie doke. I'm back. It kind of shows here the range of these radios. The battalion TAC radio allows CEOs. Yeah, we did that one. The company TAC radios allow the company HQs to activate the platoon HQs when visual verbal communication is not possible. So visual verbal communication would be on the same card in the same area where they're both in the same area, not like where one's undercover and one is out in the open of that area. They would have to both be undercover or both out in the open. Now we have two ways for the company HQ to communicate with platoon HQs in the mortar section. Visual verbal communication. The company HQ is in the same card area as the platoon HQ it wants to give orders to. I like to call it the same area, but I can understand why they call it card. Radio communication. The SCR 536 radio provides communication to any platoon HQ or the mortar section in line of sight of the company HQ. This will generally be limited to the adjacent card in this assault course, although Hills will provide line of sight over other cards. Okay. So for example, Hills can provide line of sight. Like for example, the open fields on this hill could see over this marsh or over this orchard to a card beyond it. Let's see. The hills will provide line of sight over other cards. The radio does not function at all from under a cover marker. So if your HQ is under a cover marker and it's trying to communicate with the platoon HQ is under a cover marker with the radio and it's trying to communicate with the company headquarters, they can't. You have to be in the open in order for that line of sight thing. Radios work line of sight, basically. In addition to communication between radios on adjacent cards, the hills provide longer range communications as shown in the diagram. So yeah, it's got to be on adjacent cards from like here to here. Let's see. Back off map. Given the order was possible. Within line of sight. So like these cards, these could not see each other. They can't see past here. Well, let's see what this diagram says. In addition to communication between radios and adjacent cards, the hills provide longer range communications as shown in the diagram. In later areas of communications became more efficient, individual squads are equipped with radios allowing platoon HQs to give them orders from a longer distance. Okay. Like you can't see through here. You can't communicate. I don't know why that's green. What? That's it. That's it. They're dumping me in here. I'm on my own. Oh dear. Well, carry out company assault courses until you feel comfortable with the system. Okay. Let's go to here. And we're going to, let's shuffle the cards. I guess we just use the same setup where it says we're using the same okay, so this is run 2. So this is run 2. So this one doesn't have the communications. So let's do this one. So let's do this one. We'll have the same American setup here. Although I don't like the idea of this HQ being by itself. I'd rather have like a light machine gun going in there or an anti-tank weapon. I'd rather have a full platoon over here. It might be more helpful to have the mortar section over here instead of moving into the woods because they can't fire out of the woods. Maybe fire out of the marsh be better. Let's try this. We'll see. I mean, the machine gun team did a good job of spotting, so they might be able to spot a little better. Okay, so let me go in and we're going to save this as, what is it called? This is potential contact system run 2. I'm going to save this. This is potential contact system. Run 2. All right. So cannot clone PC markers with fixed number. Okay. So battalion HQ is always going to be activated. So we're not using radios in this one. It's the end of the last one. Oh, look. See, they just told me to create a collection system in the last one. They didn't tell me where to put it. So I put it over here. I guess it didn't matter. Okay, so the HQ is oh wait. Put this up here, okay? Okay, we're doing the friendly hire HQ. That doesn't start until turn 2. Defensive missions, we don't do that one yet. Don't do the enemy activity. That's only if we're in a defensive mission. So we're going to go right into the friendly command phase. The battalion HQ is going to activate the company HQ. So we come over here. We're going to flip that over. Commands available. Let's see how many commands we get. We get 4 commands. Now, in this, if there's no contact, we get an additional command. And these are all line units. If they were green, they would get -1 to their commands. Oh, sorry. So we just drew our first card and you missed it. We're doing this one right here. The company assault course run 2. We just drew for commands. The company HQ got 4 commands, but since everybody is a line unit, they don't get a deduction. You get a deduction if you're a green unit. You get a deduction of 1 command. If you're a veteran unit, you get +1 command. But we also get +1 command for being there's no contact. That's going to change really quick. So the HQ is going to activate the first platoon and the second platoon. And I guess I don't need these because we're not running that one. First platoon, second platoon. We don't have an XO or a first sergeant, so I guess we're going to do that. And then we're going to save 2 commands. So 1, 2, or save 3 commands. And we're going to flip this over. So we're going to draw for first platoon. I'm going to see how many commands they get. They get 2. So they get 2 commands. The first thing they want to do is they want to get a unit out here to check and see what's in that potential contact area. So we're going to pull an LAT team. We can't do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up here to their little holder. We're going to search here. We're going to try to find a assault team. We want an assault team. There's only 1 LAT in there. Looks like there's only 1. Here we go. I don't know why it's not in the rest of them. Might as well get 2 of them. I wonder if I can clone it. I'm going to do the same thing with this other group. We're going to activate him, move him up there. One over here. He gets marked with a oh no, this is one of those infinite ones again. No, game, no. No. No, game. Oh man, come on, game. It should be Normandy. There should be a fire team here. I'm going to pull this one out and see if this one's what's the deal with this one? See, this is also an infinite one. I wonder if these are down here. They're not. Again, I don't know. Okay, that's what I want. I want an assault team. So why don't they put these? Okay, there's two right there. We're going to put this under a exposed marker. But why don't, and we're going to use these two. One, two. We used 1 and 2. Flip this over here and put it down here. So why don't they have this down here? You know, these are the Americans' things here, but they don't have these over here. Are they over here? No. Over here? No. I don't know why. I don't know. Because this is a big part of the game. You wind up breaking up teams into like limited action teams so that you can do this type of spotting and stuff like that. So I don't know why. Anyways. All right. So we got to flip this one over because this unit has broken off one section of 4 men. So now it only has 8 men. Squads start usually with 12 men, has 8 men, and sent them as an assault team into this marsh to try to find out what's going on in their area. So now that's theirs. So now we're going to draw for the second platoon. See how many orders they get. Cover. They get 2 orders also. They get 2 orders. They're going to do the same thing down here. They're going to split off a team here. Let's flip you. Okay, that's good. And then we're going to pull one of you out of here. We're going to create an assault team. And we're going to send you up into the woods. I don't want to go into the open fields yet. Not until I know what's over here. So that's 2 orders. So 1, 2. So we activated the company impulse, the platoon impulse. Now we do the initiative. Company HQ is already activated. The 2 platoons were already activated. There's no staff, but we do get general impulse orders. So we're going to draw a card and we're going to look at the white number. And it's a 1. So I can tell one of these 2 teams what to do. Oh, I got to mark this with exposed. I like these down in the corner because I know that there's potential contact there. You know, it gives me room over here to kind of see what's going on. So I can tell one of these assault teams to look for cover. I think I'll do that here in the woods because I draw 4 cards and then there are actually 3 areas of cover on the card. Here there's only 1. But the woods has better cover initially. So I think I'll do it here. I only get 2. I only get 2 draws. Let's try it. Let's try it on this one. We only get 1 order. So we're looking for the word cover up here. And we got it. So what we do is we mark this guy with a cover. And so now they're at basically +2 also. Now, the assault team is undercover. There was only one like special spot. They found like a spot like behind a stump with a little depressed area behind it. That's a little bit better cover than just the marsh of +1. So now they're at a +2, but there was only one of those on the card. So nobody else can search for cover when they come in there. Okay, that was the general impulse. Offensive mission, combat patrols, starting on turn 2, enemy activity check. Enemies firing cards without valid targets. Check every enemy unit on the map. There is none. We don't have any mutual capture. Retreat phase. Retreat segment, no. AT combat, no. Mutual fire phase. Combat mutual fire phase. Okay, now we come down to the potential contact evaluation. The PC. We're over. We're over here. Now this is where we resolve these potential contact cards. For each card with a PC marker and a friendly unit, draw the number of action cards indicated on the potential contact draw chart based on the PC marker and the current activity level. So we're at current activity level of no contact. We are looking for the potential contact draw chart right here. Potential contact marker is A. It's automatic. Normally you would draw cards, but when there's no contact, it's automatic. So we have an automatic spotting on, oh, am I going to pick which one to do first? I don't think that matters. I don't think, but we can. So 1, 2, we already know what the thing is. 1, 2. 2 is number 1, so that's what I was going to pick anyways. So now there's automatic contact with the enemy. So you can kind of see with this one too, Shroom. It's like you're not waiting for action. Action gets thrown at you like right away. Generally speaking, and it can be bad. It can be bad. So, okay, so we know that it's going to be, we need the enemy package. So we're going to use this enemy package placement right here. We're going to draw a, we're going to draw a random card, and I guess it's out of 7. So it's, no. Okay, so it's, oh, we use this table over here first. So it's potential contact A is what we're looking at. These are A's. So we draw a card and we look under the random number for 6, and then that will tell us what we're looking for. Did I draw a card already? I'm not sure if I did. Oh, I drew a card to see which one went first, yeah. So we draw a card, we're looking under 6, and it's going to be 6. So the random number 6 out of 6 is package number 4, a squad in foxholes. So the German squad in foxholes, it's a random card on row 2, and it's not spotted. So up here we have to look and it says every time a squad is drawn, pick the type randomly. So it's a squad in foxholes. So let's start with that. We're going to pick between A and AS rated. So we're going to pick and look at number 2. And number 2 is going to be number 1 under 2 will be A. Number 2 will be AS. Number two, it's going to be AS. So it's going to be this type of squad. So we're going to do the do this one. It's going to be a squad in foxholes, package number 4, on a random card in row 2. So now we're looking for row 2, which is this one here. We're going to pick a random card number. It's going to be whatever number is under the number 4. Number 4 is 1. And so it's going to be on this card over here in foxholes. And so right away you can see how things heat up. We're going. This game is going. So now enemy units placed on the map must open fire on the unit which triggered them. So it was this unit here triggered them. So what we need to do is we need to grab a PDF. Oop, not that one. Grab this one. They're going to open fire on rotate to the right. And then this is going to be small arms. Automatic fire they use on when it's close combat, basically on the same card. They use small arms fire when they're firing out of the card. So we're going to get a small arms volume of fire. That's going to come over here. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get through the end of this turn. Squad in foxholes. Oh, I've got to mark them unspotted. I think that marker's down here. Yep. So let's line this up like this. Let's see. We're going to do the down here. They're in foxholes. They're unspotted. Okay. So squad in foxholes. We randomly selected what kind of squad it was. They're spotted, no. It's a random card on row 2. We selected that. And that looks like, and they've opened fire on the target that activated them. Now we could do this one. I might be able to do this one real quick. This is the same thing. It's automatic. So we're drawing again on the potential contact A. So we're going to draw a random card. And it's going to be out of 6. 6 is 2. So we have come into contact with a package 2, a light machine gun in foxholes. So now we have a light machine gun, a random card on row 2. They're not spotted. So let's grab another foxholes. It's going to be over here with the light machine gun. And do this light machine gun team. Oh, they already had them up here for me. Let's take this one off here. Put the other one over there that we had. I forgot I already had all this set up. 2 foxholes. Okay, so light machine, foxholes, light machine gun. And now we have to find the random placement. It's also going to be on row 2. It's also going to be on row 2, unspotted. So let's grab the unspotted marker. This is why you only send out assault teams initially. If they can survive. That's another question. Unspotted random card on row 2. So we're going to draw. It cannot be in this card, though, because there's a special rule up here. Don't place enemy units where 1 already exists. So it's got to be 1, 2, or 3. Since if we drew on 4 and like 4 cards were like 1 under the 4, it's just you're burning through 4 cards. We know it can't go here. It's got to be 1, 2, or 3. So we're going to draw and look at number 3. Number 3 is number 3. So it's going to be over here. So we're putting a unspotted in a foxhole. Light machine gun over here. So they're both in gullies. They're both like in the best terrain on that row. They're both in the best terrain on that row. So now I believe the PC markers get removed after they're resolved. Oh, one thing we got to do real quick. We have to change this. Oh, they're going to open fire on this one because the special rule over here says they must open fire on the unit which triggered them. So we're going to clone this. Put it over here. Rotate it to the right. All right. And we're going to put a volume of fire marker on here. This is going to be an automatic weapons volume of fire, though. The state is going to be 2. So this has an automatic weapons volume of fire on it. And this one has a small arms volume of fire on it from here. So, potential cards drawn based on PC mark and current activity level. Card stays contact with the enemy has been made. Determine the enemy place of VMS current before moving on to the next PC marker. Now that actually might have changed, and I might have done that wrong because we made contact here. Let's look at the contact level. Find out where it is. Command reference. Range abbreviations. Range thing. Skills. VMF. Contact level. Vehicles. Oh, it's over here somewhere. Here it is. It's over here. No contact. Contact. One friendly occupied or enemy occupied card is under a VOF marker, or at least one spotted enemy is on the map. So see, I did that all wrong. So let's go back. Let's take you off of here. I may not have time to finish this. I got to go pick up my daughter. It's 2:07. Let's see if we can do this real quick. So this is under a VOF marker. So that changes the contact level. So the contact level now, one friendly occupied or enemy occupied card is under a VOF marker. So that changes this to state. It changes it to contact. So now contact, if it's a PC marker, a PCA marker, it's not auto anymore. You draw cards. So we draw cards 7 and we're looking for contact. Now I've already drawn some cards to resolve this thing, but let's just do it the way it should have been done. We're going to draw 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, and there's contact. We've drawn 3 cards. We've got contact. But the contact, we have to continue drawing till we get to 7 cards. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, wow. A lot of cover cards that these guys could have used on the next turn to find cover in these areas. I think I pulled like 4 in a row. That's not good. So we're just going to leave it at what we found it as. We found it as a machine gun. So let's just leave it at that. Though it could have been changed because of the cards that we drew before. So yeah, so that's it. This is, right now we're on potential contact, and now we're going to come down to combat effects segment. But I'm not going to do that now because I got to get going to pick up my daughter. So I might come back on after I get home, maybe just to resolve this turn. Resume game. Let's come out here to save. Let's come here to, we're going to go save game. Potential combat or contact system. Run 2, turn 1 combat resolution. Okay. Okay, that's right there. Okay, that's going to do it for me for now. I might come back on when I get home from taking my daughter to school if my wife's home, because they can kind of hang out together for a few minutes. And then I can come down and maybe at least resolve this combat, resolve the end of the turn, and then move on from there. So I'm not going to do my regular outro because it's 10 after and I got to leave within about 10 minutes. Well, I can do my outro. I guess I got time to do it. That's going to do it for me. Thanks for watching, especially you, Shroom. Thank you so much for watching. Any VOD watchers, I do like to leave you with these words. Wherever you are in the wide world, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night, put yourself in a position to be blessed and be blessed. And we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Like I said, I might be back on in an hour to kind of finish this up. We'll just have to wait and see. Thank you so much for watching.